Live from the Hype Zone, the Copium Center, the best place to go to learn what not to do when learning about video games. It's your favorite tomato. Oh, sorry, that's too much fun. Hey everybody, how you doing? Good to see you all. Hi. Hey. Hi, welcome. I as much fun as I just had with this fun little impromptu intro, which was probably way too much excitement for the morning. Today is going to be an interesting stream of introspective, retrospective, undospective, all the spectives. We're going to talk today about... That's okay. Ignore these. These are just... You don't need to know my recommendations. We're going to talk today about Star Citizen Live. There's an interesting little Star Citizen Live release yesterday, and it is a big talk. It's 3 hours long. Which is like these videos, these talks we do are already 3 hours long, so I am a little worried about this. But it is a talk between Jared, who we all know as the host of many of these shows, and Benoit Bougejour, who is the CTO of Cloud Imperium Games, I believe. Previous CEO of Turbulent, who was acquired by Cloud Imperium Games. I did a video on the company and on Thank you very much. Benoit himself. Dude, I sound so loud in my ears. Am I really loud, guys? Or is it just me? It's like obnoxiously loud in my ears right now. Glock Skinner, thank you for the membership on YouTube.
Not as nice as a Bengal, but nice.
Just me. Okay, cool. Hey, as long as you can't hear my voice that well, that's a little too much, you know? So I did a video on this company last year, and you can actually look that up if you want. Maybe I'll drop the link in the video for this after we finish this. You just type in, like, I don't know, Star Citizen Turbulent, and it'll probably pop up. It does not. YouTube's like, no, you're not that good. It's right here. So if you go to my account and you just look up, I don't know, something about studio acquisition, I probably should put Turbulent in here in the title. That talks about why he's working there and how long they've been.
Arms and legs inside until this ride comes to a full and complete stop.
God dang it, you guys with your sounds. It's probably it's a really big part of the company overall. Turbulent has been creating the website for a long time, the back end at least of the website. They've been creating the oh god, what else? I mean, they were working on server meshing. They did a lot of the stuff for PES. They've worked on things for the Odin system, which tracks a reputation. So like all this kind of stuff that works through your reputation and keeps the data for your characters. All of this kind of like hardcore tool stuff they didn't make completely on their own, but they've had a large hand in helping with. So under Benoit's leadership, the studio itself has been incredibly valuable to the, some people will tell you there is no progress. What progress there has been, there's a lot of it has been thanks to Turbulent, along with some of the other studios. So Benoit has been moving his way up, I think, in FaceTime, in visibility, in terms of answering questions, in delivering some of the news and what's going on to the community. I think both because he has a really, really good handle on what's going on.
When we have the logged release date, you will be the first to know.
But also, he is... There we go. That's what I'm looking for. Sorry, I gotta turn the submix on this down. That's what I think I lost. Okay, much better. So he's got his hands in a lot of stuff, so he knows what's going on, but I think he also just has a really good way of presenting that kind of stuff, and he cares. I think he seems to really care about like how the community is feeling about the game, and that's good. I think people really like that. and it's why people keep asking for him to come on and talk. It's why people celebrate his Spectrum posts, and hopefully he's got good stuff to say here. But at the end of the day, talk is still talk. We're gonna go through all this, and we're gonna hear a whole bunch of things, retrospective statements. We're gonna hear stuff about the future, and you can take all of it with a grain of salt, of course, as you should always. Keep your expectations low, maybe keep your hopes high if you want. But I would ultimately expect to come out of this mostly just hearing reiterations of what we already know, which is that they've been working towards getting the server meshing. They were trying to go full pace. They were pushing features out. They were pushing things in. They were just going headstrong because they needed to get technologically ahead or catch up, whatever you want to call it. After server meshing got in, now they're starting to probably look at some of their tech stuff, but I think they're also thinking, okay, we've reached a plateau. Now we should start to get the game into a place where people can actually enjoy it. So, not saying expect some brand new news or anything groundbreaking today. Some of you have probably already watched this all the way through, but listen to the specific words they use, and we'll try not to infer extras, but you know how we are. Either way, thank you for joining, everybody. Luna Maria, thanks for the super chat, getting us started off, and Juke throwing up the bits there to get these nice voice lines in. The Squadron 42 quotes. We're gonna have so many more of those. And Sacks of One with the sub getting us started today. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate you guys and your support. No new features, more bugs, more bug fixes. If you can do it, I'll be impressed. You still have a loading screen even after update. It's a loading screen update. Google Chrome, can you chill? Swear something's wrong with my graphics card or my rendering or something. Okay, let's jump into this.
Hi there. We're back. Yes, take a moment and accept that this is my actual face. I apologize to any children and small animals that it may frighten. It's my parents' fault. So I've got a little bit of a speech here before we begin. Let's see if I can get through without messing.
It's like the freaking beard is like additional makeup. It changes your look, just a different person. This is now Jared instead of just Jared.
Up. Probably not. It's a new year, and those that have followed the project for a while can tell you that the first couple months of any year at CIG is a period of examination.
Very quiet.
Of planning, and of taking those triumphs and lessons alike from the previous year and using them to chart an improved and refined way forward for the continuing development of Star Citizen and Squadron 42.
Just a little caveat on that. Every January is very quiet in Star Citizen. Anybody who's telling you that this one was super weird might actually have something going. They were a little bit late this year. They have been late with the financials. And I believe their first Inside Star Citizen should have been this week, but I guess that's kind of what this is. So okay. And I believe the roadmap roundup is a week later than it was last year. But generally, January is a very quiet time of the year. January and August, I think, are the two quietest months pretty consistently. January, July, August, those three generally.
So far, so good. And this year, we've set the focus of those efforts early with December's letter from the chairman, where CEO and founder of the company, Chris Roberts, stated his intention to evolve both the existing patch release cadence and the content within for Star Citizen away from the previous new feature-laden model and into a more content-driven and stability-focused endeavor. So, sitting here right now, what the hell does that really mean? Does it mean that we wave a magic wand and it all gets better in a single monthly patch like last week's 401? No, of course not. Does it mean holding patches back for 3, 4, 5 months at a time and with no new content until there's a perfect release? Not quite, because we still need to make new stuff to feed the beast, and as many of you already know, while PTU and Tech Preview have their
we still need to make new
uses,
stuff to feed the beast. I mean, just say it out loud. It's a bit low. All right. Just say it out loud, man. But that is the case. That's the difficulty they're dealing with. they've got to keep a stable experience that we can play and also put out enough new content that it's still interesting. And I think they did that for a large part of the 3.x period of updates, but 3.18 kind of shot that in the fush.
They will still never reach the concurrency numbers of live alpha. And it is all too often the stresses of that high concurrency live alpha that ultimately reveal the true underlying sources of problems beneath for a project like this. So, if patches are going to keep coming no matter what, then what's actually changing this year? So like everything else in Star Citizen, I'm certain this too will continue to expand and mature as we move throughout the year. But in its simplest terms, what this means is pulling engineers and programmers off of a lot of the new fancy feature work they've always been on and putting them on less sexy but more quality of life driven efforts like rebuilding elevators in transit to better work with the realities of server meshing, fixing issues where your hangar eats your ship and your cargo disappears, finally introducing some version of unique item recovery as quickly and as efficiently as we can, and much, much more. It means
hold on. I'm really sorry. Did he say this is the stuff they want to work on this year? I swear to God.
New fancy feature work they've always been on and putting them on less sexy but more quality of life driven efforts like rebuilding elevators in transit to better work with the realities of server meshing. Fixing
elevators, transit,
some version of unique item recovery as quickly and as efficiently as we can, and much, much more. It means a greater focus on refining the gameplay that's already there in the persistent universe, and less time spent on continuously introducing the instability of a multitude of brand new features every 3 months or so. It also means a new content and gameplay delivery schedule intricately tied to the introduction of new ongoing story narratives for the persistent universe that allow you as players to reshape the galaxy around you, beginning with 401. And the faction warfare that will change Pyro by the end of this year. So what? No more new features? No. It just means that we're going to continue to work on new gameplay like resource network, crafting, and base building in the background, and do it slower, more deliberately, and with more time to cook. It means
they're entering early access. I bet. I don't know. Well, see if they talk about it. I think the EPTU should be running all the time, but we'll see if they're going to do that.
New features not coming out as quickly as originally planned, because the same super talented engineers and programmers that used to be working on those will now be focused on fixing what's essentially already there first. And when these new features are ready to do so, they'll go into expanded, dedicated tech preview testing instead of the PU to ensure their functionality and stability. Ultimately, this year is a recommitment to our desire to make Star Citizen a place where everyone can live out their sci-fi dreams, whether they're industrial, commercial, civil, impartial, or controversial, simply about traversal or other people's dispersal, but always universal and hopefully with little to no reversal. And to do so with an ambitious monthly patch cadence, focused on content, not features, that we hope brings with it a new places to go, new things to do, and new fixes to the issues that have often hampered the experience in the past. I got cute there for a minute, so I'm just going to explain it again just to be clear. Monthly patches with little to no brand new features causing brand new instabilities, instead full of progressive bug fixes and refactors that will build over time, and with new story-driven content primarily utilizing game systems already in place that will continue developing the stories of Stanton and Pyro and beyond, of factions and sandworms and science run amok and more, including new in-game adventures and discoveries along the way.
So that's all Star Citizen 1.0 talk. They're basically just, and this is actually something, I'll just do this. I wasn't really planning on doing this, but we haven't gotten to go over the monthly report yet. It came out 2 days ago, I think. So sorry, a little busy, but in this monthly report, we got a nice little line of text that I think says some big things about Star Citizen and where it's headed. We already had some teasers about, dude, what is this? How long does it take to load a monthly report? Like loading into the freaking PU? Come on now. We saw a line about this last year in a monthly report. I'm not even... Do I dare even ask why it's not loading? Does it matter? It's just going to be something weird. So scrolling down. God, where would it be? Narrative, I think it was. Yeah. So the narrative team is focused on increasing the number of characters that players will meet in the verse. Through these efforts, their hope is that they will expand on the storytelling opportunities that players will be able to experience and discover in upcoming patches. If that doesn't sound familiar, I don't know what does. You can go back to their Star Citizen 1.0 speech and look at the thuff. Take a look at all the thuff they were talking about when it comes to... Where the heck is that?
For working on
what they want people to actually be doing in the game.
guilds are comprised of many factions. As you work for each of these factions, you will gain guild reputation. You can then use this reputation as a currency to purchase guild-affiliated rewards, like ships, blueprints, and items. And each guild will have a unique inventory of what they offer. Alongside economic growth, guild reputation will become a core progression of the game. And to talk more about guilds and our main story, I'd like to introduce David Haddock onto the stage.
So I think he talks here a little bit about...
So,
basically,
that's our main story. Let's talk more about the guilds that Rich mentioned.
Basically that you'd have mission givers and people that you could meet from each guild.
It's a governing body for clusters of professions and factions with a reputation and progression system that will offer rewards the more you work for them.
Juke.
And I want to call out two things. One, I'm not going to have time to dive into all of the missions that you're going to see on this board, but just know that every mission type is either in the 1.0 roadmap or already in production. And second, we're also looking to move missions away from the Moby Glass whenever possible. Sure, it will always be an easy way for us to get additional game content in, but we want you talking with people. So to aid that,
monumental.
We're going to be adding
believe
characters to represent the factions that you'll be working for that will help sell their personality. Now, some, they'll still interact with you via the written word, but some will call and check in on your performance. And others, you may have to meet in person from time to time. So, let's walk through them.
Okay, yeah. So, like, not gonna go into detail much more about that, but we already have these people in the game. Like, you can go and work for them. I mean, you can make jokes about it coming in 2030. Super creative. But we already have these mission givers and these characters in the game. Tisha Pacheco, freaking Ruto, Constantine, Hurston. God, what is that guy's name?
Toes.
I can't remember the dude's name who, Wallace Klim. There are a few of them. Eckhart, yeah, Eckhart's another one. So you can find these people in the game, and if you get enough reputation in certain places, they'll reach out to you, and you can get missions. But they were put into the game way back. I mean, there was a point when these people were coming into Star Citizen every other patch, maybe every 3 patches. And that was after 3.0. They had a very clear want to start pushing narrative more in the game. And you can look at the characters list here. So if you just click through them, you'll start to see. So you got Recco Pataglia. She's in Levski, actually. So we'll see her in the Nyx system. Clovis Darnley, he's in Lorville. Constantine Hurston, Lorville. Wallace Klim, I think he's in Grimhex, maybe? I don't remember where he is. Tisha Pacheco was there. So like you see how obviously they were going into these characters. But by the time they hit 3.5 here, there was nobody else. They completely cut it off. They just stopped working on them entirely. The only character addition was like the character creator. See this? Going all the way up, character additions didn't start again until 322 with the character creator stuff. So it was clear that they wanted to do this and they were very gung-ho about it pretty quickly. And then they realized, oh, this isn't working. The game can't handle this. So I believe they completely cut it off. They said, we're not even going to try and do this anymore. In fact, they had a couple of people already scheduled to come into the game. This guy, Eddie Parr, he's in the game. You can go find him. This dude's a mission giver. At some point, we're going to go up to the Microtech bar and talk to this dude, and he's going to give us contracts. And they had him on the roadmap. He was going to go into the game, and they realized these NPCs as mission givers aren't working. We need to keep pushing contracts out through the Moby-Glass, keep doing that until the game is stable, until we're in a place where we can start to get back to what this is supposed to be about. And I, again, think that server meshing was a really big part of that. They needed to get past server meshing so they could start actually making AI work how they needed them to, because all these people might be able to function on their own planet, on their own server, doing their own thing. But if they're all on one server running together, it causes problems. So I do believe that we're going to start to see more people in the game that we can correspond with and talk to. And I don't think that's very far away. Narrative was already talking about it last year. They've been wanting to get back to it for a while, as they've been saying. We know they have contracts that they've been working on in the background, the barge heists, the mining missions, the ship escorts. You guys remember they were talking about ships going through quantum travel that you'd have to escort. So they have things that they've been waiting on, and they're likely looking to try and attach that to guilds now so that we could start to get reputation based on that stuff. But we'll continue in this and see how long that'll take. I don't know how quickly they can do that, but missions are good, content is good, linking the stuff we already have in is good, giving us some rewards in game is good. We'll see how it goes.
And that last part is super relevant to you and me and our relationship, and why I'm talking so much right now. Quiet. That's not true. I've never needed a reason to talk this much. With this next evolution of Star Citizen's development, meaning a more content-driven, in-universe experience, and with big feature work taking a back seat to fixing what's already there and then moving into the public tech preview development environment once it's ready farther down the line, so too must our weekly video offerings change. And to preserve that discovery of new story, to evade spoiling the outcome of new content, and to avoid doing 5 weeks of consecutive shows that all basically say, every engineer is working on elevators in transit right now, we're making changes to the weekly ISC and SCL content and cadence. So like everything else that continues to evolve and change as the year goes on, we'll be bringing Inside Star Citizen and Star Citizen Live together on Thursdays. We're going to be adding a new Behind the Ship series and alternating between them as the stories we want to tell each week demands. For instance, last week was BTS Fortune on Tuesday. This week, we're having Chief Technology Officer Benoit Beauséjour, who's sitting patiently to my right here on SEL, for an in-depth chat about 4.0 preview, why it was done and how it helped the project, how we used to work, how we're going to work going forward, answer questions about this new focus on stability going forward, and I've even pulled an extensive list of JIRAs that we're going to go over to find out what the heck is really going on with some of these persistent bugs. And then next week, you'll get another BTS show on the upcoming Super Hornet Mark II on Tuesday, and then an ISC on Thursday, where we'll dive deeper into what the content-driven side of this new initiative really means. We're going to recap the story so far and look at how the storylines of the Precision Universe will begin to take shape later this year.
Just so everyone's aware, I just turned up the speed a little bit, so it's going to sound a little bit faster.
So like the recent cancellation of the Lunar New Year free flight was done to avoid further destabilizing the current Star Citizen experience for our players, this change to our programming will provide a multitude of benefits for our players and developers, allowing us to preserve the full experience of the content work for a proper in-game discovery by you, but just as importantly, letting the devs keep much of their focus, frankly, where we all think it should be, on making Star Citizen and Squadron 42 everything we all want it to be. And with fewer distractions by me, the guy they've all come to fear and dread whenever I walk over to their desk. Except you. You don't get to escape. You're mine. Now, there will still be videos dedicated to the making of Star Citizen, just fewer than before. There will still be new ships added to the verse. Most will just use existing gameplay systems to avoid creating instability wherever possible. There will be more patches.
I think that kind of marks the expanse out of coming in this year. That's a bummer, which is interesting. How are they going to do base building with this? It's going to have to be an EPTU for a while, I guess.
Before. Approximately once a month. We're currently counting about 10 over the course of the year. Full of bug fixes and new story-driven content, and there's going to be fewer big-ticket features that we're used to in the past being introduced until things are shored up.
It's a sketchy model.
Too late.
Every month patches really emphasizes probably smaller-sized patches. I'm not a game developer, but I feel like it could work if you're just putting out content because it's using the same systems. Doing it every month is a lot. Chris, when he originally proposed this, he was like, we're going to do patches every 2 weeks. I'm like, dude, every month is a lot. I'm guessing there'll be small patches. We'll see if they can keep up with it. CIG is not particularly well known for hitting their patches on time, so we'll see.
A very interesting year to be certain. And yeah, this is a lot of talk, to which I'm just going to say, yeah, this is a talk show. It's what we do on SEO. The ultimate proof of these efforts will be seen little by little, month after month, over the course of this entire year. And we hope you'll join us and continue to support us on this new adventure towards a more stable universe. So with that, I'm going to take a drink and we'll get started with the show proper. Roll the cue card. The top.
Since this dropped yesterday, the game's gotten worse.
I thought about pre-recording it, but I didn't.
We're doing it live.
Oh, one take Huckabee. Hi, everybody. Welcome to Star Citizen Live. I'm your host, Jared Huckabee. And if you've never seen Star Citizen Live before, well, this is a really interesting one to start on. This is our special edition of More Stable Universe episode with me and Chief Technology Officer Benoit Beausejour. Benoit, I've been talking too much. Say something.
Hi, everybody.
Okay, before he gets into it,
Benoit?
I'm guessing this combined SCL and ISC is going to be kind of like what they do in Star Citizen Con when they're like talking to the camera, but then they show us clips of stuff that they're talking about. Well, I hope it goes well. It does sound like we might end up hearing from less devs that way, but we'll have to see. They change it up every year. So this is their new model. It'll be different in a year. And whatever works for them. Instead of comparing HelloFresh foods, let's make toothpick kebab on the cooking stream today. Hell yeah. Folks, as always, we are hitting you with a cooking stream this week. And this week, it looks like we're doing toothpick kebab. I do like some kebab, so I'm happy to eat that. And then we're going to go do some work, get the exclusive video out to you guys today, and then go play some Civilization 7. We might stream it on the Discord, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. Okay, let's go.
So for anyone who doesn't know you, let's start us off, explain who you are and why you're the person that's here talking to us today on this show.
So I'm the Chief Technology Officer, or as the acronym means, Chaos Team Organizer. And so my job is to now lead the engineers in their development efforts, but also in the development of the Star Engine and also both games, right? To make sure that engineers know what they have to do, that they have the tools to do it, and that they have the right priorities overall based on the two projects.
So this show is going to go a bit longer than normal. We're going to break it into a couple different sections. We're going to talk about a few different aspects of development. And then for the latter half of the show, we are literally going to bring up Jira's on my screen, and we're going to talk to him about all the most pressing bugs. Well, not all of them, but many of the most pressing bugs, and find out what the heck's going on. But before we get to that, I want to talk about how we used to work, then talk about this big change that's going into effect this year, so on and so forth. So let's start with the old ways. Let's start back at the end of last year with 4.0 and the 4.0 preview. Over the last 2 months, we've seen a lot of opinions online about how that went and why we did things the way that we did.
Perfect.
So
went perfect.
You tell us, why did we choose, what did we learn from 4.0? 4.0 was in testing for 3 months before it went to preview, and then we left it on for another month and a half. How did this process go?
Well, so during the development of 4.0, there was a lot of new technology coming on, right? So it's a major patch that changes a lot of the fundamentals. Obviously, throughout the year, we've been developing server meshing. We've done tech previews on server meshing. And so getting to the end of that process, basically exiting the tech preview streams, coming back with the 4.0 content, was a major endeavor to synchronize all that, make sure the new content that was produced fit with the technology, or that it was working. Even results that we got with the 3.24 release, for example, were completely, obscured by the new content, right? And so at the end of the year, we took a decision to split the two releases, right? So
leave 3.24 up.
Correct.
Put 4.0 in a preview.
Correct. Because as we were getting closer to the end of the year, right, and time's running out, what we knew from the integrations is that the patch was not quite ready because we needed more concurrency on it to discover more issues. And we were kind of at the maximum of what our PTU concurrency could actually deliver.
This is always the problem.
And so, but we knew it wasn't ready for a live release because we want to be fair with our assessment
Because, and then like a whole list just scrolls down the screen.
of where the patch was at. We knew there was some egregious issues that we have yet to discover. I'll talk a bit later about the fog of war of crashes. And so we decided to go with the lesser of known of the two problems, which was leave 324 live for players to enjoy it in a stable release, right? But at the same time, give them access to a 4.0 preview. Now, since we had taken the decisions months ago that the 4.0 patch was going to be a full wipe, that gave us the ability to basically preview the patch, but allowing you guys to keep your persistent progress in the preview as we move up to, at some point, bring 4.0 on the live environment. So overall, I think that was a very difficult decision to do this option for us, but I think it was the best for the project because it allowed us to de-risk a little bit the .0 initial release, which had a lot of issues even during the preview. A lot of the Skeleton Crew teams worked throughout the break to actually document, hotfix some of those issues as well, and help players that got into weird situations, and start the ball rolling for the year with already like important fixes to the underlying technology.
The way they handled the launch of the 4.0 preview, I think, is better than I would have expected from CIG a couple of years ago. It's definitely a different company that's handling this stuff. One of my complaints about the way that it's all gone is that it's very clearly become much more corporate in CIG than it was back when we were all, yay, space, and so naive, so blind in the eyes, right? We all were kind of just partying back in the 2010s. And I think that in losing some of like the uniqueness they had when they were a smaller company, they've also gained a little bit more ability to treat situations correctly. It's not universal. They make some mistakes still with communication, but I think the launch of 4.0 went better than it would have with the previous CIG. I think they clearly wanted to have it out last year, but they realized that at this point, the game can't just be a test. Like, it can't just be an experimental branch for everybody all the time. And we've seen some signs that they're starting to realize it, but I guess this year it definitely is clear. And that's what this whole show is about. Like, they understand they cannot make this just a testing environment any longer, even if it is still an alpha. Sorry, took too long. Skippy, thanks for the membership, dude. Thank you. Appreciate you, man.
Two follow-up questions to what you just said. You said that the clock was ticking.
They delayed base building.
What clock? Did 4.0 have to go out before December?
Yes.
That itself
You said so, Jared.
is a decision that was questioned by many people, internally and externally. What is this clock you were talking about?
Well, in this case, it's like our project is different from other game projects in that we need to release the code at some point to be able to move on to bigger projects. And the PTU is a great process for us, but it does have its limits. At some point, we gain nothing from additional PTU builds because things function well at that level of concurrency, and we need way more concurrency to go up. Even when we plan patches, we know at which moments in the PTU we'll have concurrency, and we try to maximize those. For 4.0, we kind of ran out of gas, of like attention, and so we needed to get this additional hump over the edge to get the technology out, bigger concurrency, and the ability to fix it in order to then plan for the release.
So you said things run well. Not everything was running well, but it's what we've said before. It's what I said at the beginning of the show. Sometimes you can't find those underlying problems that are causing it to run less than well until you get that concurrency up.
Correct.
So to that end, wouldn't it have made more sense to just take 324 down and force everybody into 4.0 like we've done every other December in the past?
Yes.
Right, that was our typical decision. Typically, was to just go for it. Right. In this case, I think it shows a change of mentality, which is that we're trying to respect our live environment a bit more. And so the decision was taken to just allow players to keep playing 324 as even a fallback or as their primary play environment if they preferred, while you could jump on the preview experiment and then just see, try the new content out, but then always have your stable experience to go back to.
But realistically,
sure.
Then for the next couple of hours, you're going to get a lot of questions.
I know, sure.
Who in their right mind was going to log into 324 with 4.0 sitting right there? Like who drives up to Disneyland and with Disneyland right there goes to California Adventure?
Yeah, but that is the question of the year. if they do what I'm hoping they do, which is run an ePTU alongside the live servers and let people test the stuff for a longer period of time in ePTU to run through the testing phase, how many people will play in that ePTU to experience engineering, crafting, base building, control surfaces, the things that are cool and new but might break the game, versus how many people are going to play in live to progress? Many people will switch back and forth. I know a lot of you guys in chat, myself included, will jump back and forth. But that will be a big question when they do start to emphasize more and more the stable environment versus the environment that's, truly testing stuff. And it's when the people who have said we want a truly stable game to play versus the people who have said we want something that is constantly pushing forward the envelope, it's when they start to put their money where their mouth is, I guess.
Was anything gained by doing this, really?
Yeah, like overall, throughout the break, right, during the 4.0 preview, there was actually a fairly large contingent of players still playing 324. Now, it might have been because of some of the issues at launch, right? So they fall back on the 324 batch, right? Which was a bit the safety net that we wanted to provide. But you're right, of course, we were banking on the fact that people would go on the 4.0 preview to give us that concurrency. But at the same time, we wanted to give them an escape hatch.
Sounds a little bit like we were trying to have our cake and eat it too.
A little bit, but yeah. I think previously we would have just gone with the 4.0 live at the end of December, which would have been a major issue, and a lot of players wouldn't have been able to play during the break.
Okay.
It's a different company.
So we made this decision. What did we gain from it? Over the holidays, over the second half of December and all through January until 401, what did we gain from running these two separate environments?
Well, we've been able to actually do a lot of live comparisons of the two workloads, which was very interesting. In fact, obviously the 4.0 preview workload was bigger than the 324 one, but we were kind of able to compare both. We did gain the ability to fix early some of the most egregious issues that would have been a real complete disaster otherwise, right? That showed up with the concurrency. I'll talk a bit more about those. Actually, we're going to dive into that quite a bit. And so what we've gained is the ability to provide a test environment that was bigger while allowing players to keep an escape hatch and then compare both builds.
So that's the preview versus 324. And I wanted to get that out of the way. But let's go back to just 4.0 itself. Yeah. 4.0 started testing, I think it was in Evocati in October, went to Wave 1 in November. We left it in Tech Preview over December and in January. That's about 4 months. Yes. That's about 4 months of testing.
Hold on. Here's another chance for us to do a little deep dive. Let's go back in time. To the Star Citizen letter from the chairman, 2022 May. How many of you were around for that one? Remember this? Oops. Remember this letter? Oh, this was the big letter. This was the letter that set the expectations. This letter led to my most viewed video on this channel up until, I think, last year. And I'm so proud about that because it was originally this video. This video came from that letter from the chairman. And it's funny because this video was fairly spot on with what it was talking about being in 4.0, but it was so wrong on the timing. But that's because, like I said, it was based off this letter. So if we go back to this letter, they talk here about PES, which was their big thing at the time. That was just starting to get working, I believe. Where is that? Year in review, road to 4.0, technology, blah, 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 iCache. You guys remember the iCache? And then they reintroduced the entity graph because iCache didn't work. They introduced the replication layer in this channel, in this letter. They introduced PES. In this letter, they talked about how it would all work, server meshing, how it was not as many services as PES. You remember this? This is all coming back to you? Okay, so in this letter, they talked about how they wanted to release everything. First, they said that they wanted to get 3.18 with PES into Evocati. What was that? Q3? I think they wanted to do it. The goal will be to get 2 to 3 months of testing for 3.18, and then release it to live in late Q3 of 2022. So that is that was a while ago. But then after that, the idea was to work on the Gen 12 renderer, the Vulcan API. You guys know these things that we've gotten in the last year or so. And then Star Citizen 4.0 would enter testing. It would go to early technical preview to Evocati testers in PTU at the end of Q4 2022. And then, be warned, there is a high chance of it slipping into Q1 of the next year. But after they do that, they are hoping to get a much better idea of it in PTU. We are aiming for the end of Q1 2023 for live. So I added 2 quarters onto that as my sort of, maybe they'll hit this. 2 years was the real, like this is 2 years. 4.0 was supposed to come out Q1 2023. It came out Q1 2025. So big old delay, but they did believe that it would be about, I said, 4 months or so of testing, because they wanted to get it into early technical preview in Q4 and then into live in Q1. So they wanted to basically get it early technical preview November, December, and then probably they wanted to be live by March, April. About 4 months, 4 or 5 months. So even back then, while it could have used more testing probably before it gone live, they did still hit that timeline, if not just 2 years later.
Did we fix anything?
Oh yeah.
Because
a lot of things.
Here's the thing. I know what the answer is. I'm being a little cheeky with you and everything, but it's hard not to look at the community and look at the sentiment, look at YouTube and Twitch and Spectrum and Reddit and everyone else. And if you took a real cursory first glance, it looked like, what the F were we doing for 4 months?
Sure.
What the F were we doing for 4 months, Benoit?
All right. Well, so September, October, November, December, right? So since September, we started the real Evocati in October, correct? Mm-hmm. And so for these 4 months, the majority of the development was aimed at finishing the features to make sure that they were server meshing compatible. So we still had a server meshing playtest at the beginning of October, right? That was the final one before we actually reintegrated the streams. And so then came some realizations. We were very happy with some of the tests that we've done. We've identified all the issues with our server meshing tests. We knew what we had to do. And then we came back to the main line from the 324 content, and we started running server meshing in Pyro. And major issues started to show up. When we started the PTU at beginning of October, our first PTU was an absolute disaster. All of the metrics that we had captured in 324, and we were like, yeah, these look good, we're completely off the charts with the 4.0 content. Same technology, same code base, but completely new content. And so we realized that the size of the levels were different, the way the content was created was a bit different, and that had major implications on the streaming and replication systems. And so if some of you guys were part of the first couple of Evocati builds or large PTUs in October,
then sorry.
The network performance was absolutely horrendous because, and I can jump into an anecdote, I do have my notes because we've got a long show to go through, so I'm going to be referring to some of those, but basically there was a new change in the engine where we tried to optimize some of the way we deal with streaming radius. And streaming radius is a bit of a problem in every game, right? Or it's basically the radius of objects, and you decide what you're going to load based on your viewpoint. Which is a typical issue in games, right? For performance reasons.
So really cool. The best example I've seen of this is from Horizon Zero Dawn. I wonder if I can find that Zero Dawn streaming radius example. It's a really cool video, and it like perfectly shows how games show you what you're looking at. But I don't remember what video it was in. Oh, wait, that's it. Is that it? Yeah, I think this is it. There were a couple more examples of this. They showed like really close-ups. But I thought this was a cool example of kind of showing how things get loaded in just so that you can see them and nobody else. But also this kind of gets thrown on its head in a multiplayer game, right? Because you have to do this for every single person in an area. It sounds like an absolute nightmare. So I guess that's what he's talking about here.
a much bigger impact, because the streaming radius actually affect what your client is going to load in, what the hybrid, which is the replication server in the middle, needs to replicate, and what the game server is going to also have to provide, right, and simulate. And so there was an issue resulting from one of the engine optimizations where, now I'm going to say the final solution, not the how we got there. We had to investigate this for several days to find it. But basically, the way we compound and aggregate objects would actually inflate the bounds of things. And so the new locations in Pyro would actually have a radius of several 100,000 kilometers. And so basically what the result was every game client in Pyro was basically binding a very large part of the environment. And that created the work on the hybrid service, which needs to replicate this data upwards of 15 to 20 megabits per client across. Megabits, yeah, which is, in the case of our messaging, is substantial. And so obviously in those cases, interaction lag up the wazoo, nothing was functional. And so we lost several amounts of times there, but we learned a couple of lessons which are going to inform some of the changes we'll be doing this year. But so that was the beginning of the 4.0 journey, right? The first build, where we were coming in confident from our tests, first PTU, what's going on, right? And so
it's another thing that couldn't be
familiar
until scaled up.
Correct. And then, well, in this case, it's a combination of scale and content, right?
With the content scaled up.
Yeah, well, in this case, it's literally scaled up, which caused the streaming problem, right? So that's a quick anecdote. What else we've been doing on starting from there was we've established our player counts for launch, right? So from the testing, we decided to shoot for a 500 player shard with basically a 500, what we call soft cap, and 600 player cap, which gives us some flexibility in matchmaking players on and off. That number felt good for several reasons: performance, but also and headroom, but also the kind of the ability for the game itself to support that amount of players. So the amount, I've talked about this before in some of my server meshing reports, but the amount of gateways we have for hangars. How many hangar holes are there around stations, right, for you to be able to get out without the big queue, things like that. With more players right now, the game wouldn't support it properly. So that was we've established those numbers. And then the team set up to finalize the latest elements that we've identified during the test to launch. So I've talked about network bind optimizations before, so that had to be completed. So this was a full, solid month of work to keep optimizing the network bind so that we stopped having these quick stalls. That was a very large one. Another piece of this was the teleport API. Now, I know that sounds, what is this magic, right? In a normal game server, teleporting objects is very simple because the server has all the entities in memory and you're like, just move there. Our teleport API needs to support cross-server teleportation of an object, right? So an object that's in Stanton technically can be teleported through the APIs on another another server in the shard. And so the teleport API had to be kind of finished. There are several systems that use this. For example, common example is if you die and we need to respawn your character, we need to move your player from where he died to where he needs to respawn. And that can be completely anywhere, right? So we don't know what game server will have it. And so in this case, the teleport API had to be kind of finished. So that's part of the work that was done in those 4 months.
It's like the little things that wiggle their way in that you don't really think about.
The other one was the territory configuration. So if you followed the development during the last couple months, we went at some point from the typical small shard of like 2 servers and 400 players. And at some point, we exploded the size of the shards. That's because our new territory configuration came into play. And that's how we were able to experiment and come to the final level of the shards that we have now, which is basically we have 5 servers on each side of the star system. So each star system has its own space server. We call it space server for now. It's just a cool name because they treat the open space and the jump gates. But then after that, every major planet has its own game server that's dedicated to its zone. And so that really
was wondering if that's how they're going to do that. So interesting fact, when I'm working on an exclusive video right now, timed exclusive for supporters, and it is about the comparison of what was pitched originally in 2012 versus what's being delivered now. We touched on this a little bit when we were doing a deep dive earlier in the month. Last month. One of the most interesting things I saw during the research for this was that Star Citizen was originally just going to be a whole bunch of instances sitting next to each other, and the game itself would be all about connecting you to a specific instance based on what you wanted, but making it feel like they were all connected through economics, through the people you could run into and all the stuff like that. Much different than what we have now. It was more like what Star Wars Outlaws or Starfield works like, or even like Outer Worlds. The way they're doing it now is obviously much different. Everything is connected, but it's interesting because back then what they wanted to do is they wanted to have I believe they called it a galaxy server, maybe, or a universe server or something like that. And it was essentially the instance that would handle all space in a star system. And then they would have instances for every planet surface, and they'd have instances for every planet orbit. And it's funny that now we're seeing them start to go. They're using that same structure. They're just using servers instead of instances. They've got a server for every planet and then one server for the space around all the planets. And I imagine at some point when dynamic server meshing is on, we'll see smaller servers taking care of different parts of planet surfaces, but kind of a round trip.
Really opened the shards up, and we were truly now in full server meshing mode. Obviously, a lot of issues came from that, not from the configuration, but from having more servers would have ripple effects on how the entity and in the game would actually behave. So we had to touch that. We also identified something that we were not able to finish for 4.0, which was the culling of instance interiors. So, and I'll talk a lot more about hangars later, but basically, when you hear someone in another hangar, that's network instance culling, right? So we'll talk about that in a bit.
Feel like a stalker.
Now, one of the big fears that we had for 4.0 was that, of course, it's the debut of server meshing. It's a brand new, deployment for the game. It's a lot of technology change. But, there's always a subtext that performance is going to get better if we go server meshing, right? And the reality is the initial test showed that it did not. Now, not because of our assumptions were incorrect, but because, as always, when you don't completely drive on the performance, it tends to get worse. And so we mobilized everybody, like the entire company, basically, all the engineers, right? Where we started a series of, I called them Joker card initiatives, right? So several teams during the last push received a Joker card. And what that allows them to do is to cut the red tape. So, for example, the network team had the Joker card. They could request anything from any team and get priority. And that allowed them to.
They had the spirit stick at retreat. Back in the day, at your Catholic high school, when you'd go and you just pass the stick around. Whoever had the stick could do whatever they want. I don't think you could just talk, but same idea, right?
And their fixes. And so we started a bunch of those Joker card initiatives on performance specifically. And so every single day we would take captures. We would review hundreds and hundreds of captures, identify code parts that needed fixing, and then literally...
The talking pillow? That's at the slumber parties, my dude. Remember that at summer camp? Yeah, the spirit stick. That's right. It wasn't just me, thank God.
Without a big process, right? So we've cut the process down. You talked about JIRAs earlier, right? This part of the process, no JIRA, right? And we just called out, here's a performance hotspot. And then directors from the company, our amazing tech teams and our engineers just jump on those things and go, I know what to do, optimize, next batch, right? And we kept grinding like this to really make sure that we could deliver above 15 to 20 FPS per server, at least, right, to get started. And we want to go even further, but that was kind of our target, was to deliver something where we're no longer dipping under 10 at all, ever, right? And so, for example, the AI team discovered through this process that there was a very large navigation mesh generation that was directly on the main thread that cost us 15 to 20, sometimes milliseconds, which is the frame budget's 33, right? And so, but the response from the teams were amazing. They rapidly refactored and optimized really key pieces of.
Yeah, I'm confused, y'all. You guys can pick your talking points and your complaints, but pick them strategically. You guys are saying that like you're not gonna believe them until they see them, but he's talking about the literal only thing in this whole process that has actually been able to be seen in the game, which is the server frame rate going up. So like pick something else to pick at, because this is the one thing that's actually gotten better. I'll say the server frame rate's not the only thing that's going to fix the game, but you guys saw we were playing on a server the other day, and it was locked at 30 frames per second for like, I think we were looking for at least an hour. I don't think anybody can deny that those are running better, but now we have other problems that they need to deal with.
The code to shave on these things, that made a very big difference. Out of these Joker card initiatives, I'm going to jump into the important ones. Physics is a very big issue for our servers. I've said that before. Not because our physics code is terrible, and in fact, it's great.
Until it degrades,
we demand a lot from it. And we started to look into, well, what's going on here? Why is it costing us so much? And so we really profiled on that side quite a bit together as a team. So one of the things to remember here is that our bugs persist, right? If I
think anybody's going to forget.
They persist.
Bugs persist.
And
I gotta
so-
say, I thought he was going to talk more about the physics there. I was briefly in Astropub stream for this part yesterday, and he was like, "What physics?" And I gotta say, I kind of agree, dude. The physics in this game, I don't know if it depends on the net code or the speed at which it refreshes or what, but the physics in this game can be one of the worst things in the world. Just like sometimes you just want an object to stop moving. Like, yo, let me introduce you to this guy Newton, okay? I'm gonna need you to learn from him. Because we placed the box here. It doesn't need to fly across the ship and kill someone. Just not necessary. Don't do it.
But what I mean by that in this case is if I spawn an object, if I spawn an object intersecting with this desk, right? In any other game, when the map reloads, these objects are no longer colliding and we're good, right? In Star Citizen, those things will stay in complete intersection in the database and in the shard and in its persistence forever, right? And the physics code tries to solve this, right? And that's what's costing us performance in big parts, right? And so we started this Joker card initiative that we call the Physics Expensive Event Resolution. And so it's about the physics engine detecting these things, which it already did, but now raising it for resolution, saying, I need a solve for this. And so a ship that intersects with a wall or that spawn in a wall, a weapon that falls through the floor and that's stuck in there, right? Debris has been a big one, right? And so
I've lost so many good weapons like that.
We needed a way to solve this. So what the physics expensive event system does is it raises an event for the game, and the game now receives these objects and it says, debris and player ships. Well, I'm going to do something with the debris. I'll either delete it, stow it, transform it, move it, right? And so as we start doing this, it's actually cleaning up all of these intersections across the shard and basically giving us back this performance step by step. And so one of the very large things that was very egregious in this was actually a bug on the ships where on explosion, some of the components of the ship could stay static in the world throughout the explosion. But, behind the scenes when the ship explodes, we do a whole bunch of things. We replace some meshes with damaged meshes. Some of the elements are physically deformed and move. And we create debris. We literally spawn debris. Now, if those components stay static and we spawn debris, we're creating intersections, debris straight intersection into these components. And so that was a very big part of the problem. We fixed that bug, but we also added a system to basically raise the issues with the debris so that they could be cleaned up automatically. Another one was the AA turrets. So, as you guys play, you destroy these AA turrets at the key locations, right? And there was a problem with the setup of these AA turrets that when they died, in the same way as a ship when it dies and the components detach, right? The AA turret had an issue in its setup where it would go like this, but overlapping each of each other. Basically, every time someone killed an AA turret, we add it to the server load forever. And so obviously, now that's being evicted completely from the system.
Dude, I bet
you can destroy the turrets?
I bet that's a Rastar problem. They have a lot of... I bet you that's a Rastar thing. It's freaking crazy how many of these old systems just have so many inefficiencies. I'm glad that they can finally start gutting them. As long as they do.
Sometimes.
So yeah, they might destroy you first, but
I want to jump a little ahead here. Just I don't want to get too far in the weeds. Obviously, all this stuff is super important. I've seen some numbers floating around in some various chats about how many bugs, how many fixes were actually resolved over the course of those 4 months. I asked you to look into the numbers. What were the actual numbers?
So for 4.0, between 3.24.3 and 4.01, the team have fixed 2,900 bugs in total, but that's over 3,300 tasks. So a bug can require a couple of tasks to fix. So in general, that's the.
All right, Forever Games. No insults in my chat. I have one rule, dude. You can complain, you can do all this stuff. I'm just saying, don't freaking call people names. Just don't be like. It's not hard.
The number of fixes overall.
I'm going to ask a very candid question because
Go for it.
2,900 bugs is a very impressive number. But
did we fix the right ones?
did you fix the right ones? It's obviously those ones were all. Many of those obviously are important. We have a tremendous coterie of directors, all studios around the world who are prioritizing these things, and I'm sure they get us, a couple frames here, or they solve an issue that's going to affect those 10 people over there, and stuff like this. But there are many of our long-term bugs, the things that have just been an albatross around our neck for a long time. And the second half of this program, we're going to get into those one by one. Right. So I don't want
literally longer, guys. I can't. This is the craziest thing to me. Okay, me and Mrs. Tomato, we started playing Civ 7 yesterday. When we met, we were starting Civ 6, and we played through the entirety of Civ 6's life cycle, and then transitioned to the new Civilization game. And there are still bugs in this game that I'm experiencing from when we started Civ 6. So, it's not even an exaggeration to say that these bugs have been around for a long time. That is one of the most painful things. Is new bugs is one thing, but the same bugs coming back over and over again has definitely been a pain. Hey, man, but people aren't standing on chairs no more, huh? How is Civ? We've only had 30 minutes in it. Because we just wanted to kind of try it out. It's in early access right now. We got the deluxe because we know we're going to get the DLC and stuff. So we haven't really played it that much. We're going to try it out later today. But it already looks freaking beautiful. It is such a gorgeous game. And I'm so freaking excited to learn. It feels like you're learning Civ again, It feels good. I'm really excited for it. But I'm also strategy games, so.
Out going into each one of those, because we're going to do that in a few minutes here. Why these 2,900 other bugs and not just 2 or 3 of the ones that would change the lives of hundreds of people, thousands of people?
Well, so I don't do prioritization, but what I can tell you is that most of those issues are filed, they're called out, and they're raised up, but the complexity of some of them require a specific handling. So, if I've read some stuff over the break where we've hotfixed certain issues. There was if I remember, a certain exploit that came out for some duping and some people thought it was a beneficial change, even though it was a bug, and we fixed it. And people are like, well, why did you fix it when you could fix something else, right? It's all about capacity to fix. So do we have the right person available for this problem? Some problems require the experts. Our manpower is extremely specialized. And for some of the older systems, it's even worse. I call those the sandworm kind of feature, where basically, I've called them out before, but ATC, ASOP terminal, hangars, and transit are 4 of the systems that are always, I'm just going to do a quick change. Never happens. Never a quick change in those systems, right? Yeah. And so...
I want to jump in here.
Yeah.
Uno Mas in Twitch chat is yelling in all capital letters.
Mas.
You are the experts.
True.
One of the things that if you watch any of our programs over the years, I've been doing this for a decade here now. Is that not everybody works on everything.
Sure.
Not everything. Kian is great at this. Doesn't know crap about that. Paul is wonderful at this. Would be as lost as I would be tackling this other thing. There are a finite number of experts that are available on any one thing. And like we talked the last time you were here, the folks who made ATC aren't here anymore. So ATC has been one of those features that had rotted. Yeah. And there was always this there's this terrible Sophie's Choice.
These are the real problems that hurt the development that I don't think are exciting enough for people to really focus on. But it's a genuine problem that ATC was created and then the people who made it left and there was no replacement ready. That is, and it comes from being in development a long time. It comes from just the natural cycle of people moving through companies. It comes from your priorities being stretched so thin that you weren't prepared in that area. And those are genuine problems with the project that have hurt the game, that continue to hurt the game. It's why the elevators suck too. I don't understand why is that a scapegoat though? Isn't that an issue? What should they say instead? I mean, they have a broken system that they did not update. How else can you represent that? Trying to decide if this new focus on going back to what we have and getting it stable and ready to go means that the reclaimer finally gets fixed. Buddy. Oh, the reclaimer. I'm sorry. You'd like to say as a newish player came into the game right before they changed the HUD. That said, you think long-term players are in a permanent slump as someone new even with the bugs. How long have you been playing? Tech debt? I mean, it's tech debt, I guess. They need to tackle that stuff head on. It's just going to drag on the game. Yeah, I mean, these are they need to fix that problem. And they should have, and they didn't. They should have filled the position with someone else. They just have poor mismanagement. But that doesn't make this a scapegoat, dude. Like, they should be saying, we have a system that we created, and then the people who created it aren't here, and therefore we didn't replace it. And that's why the game is broken. That's pretty straightforward. Of course, maybe it takes a little bit of additional critical thought for people to be like, oh, it sounds like they had poor management and not having the people there. But I don't think they need to come out and say, we had poor management and that's why this happened. This is the example of the poor management. Would you miss no, there's no elevator fix. You didn't miss it. You spent all the money on SC so your grandkids can play at launch. Well, that explains why you're so salty in chat, dude. Why'd you spend all your money on it? $45, dude. Come on. Jump in, spend a little bit, try it out, put it down. It's a lot better than living in anger.
How these choices are made here, where it's like, okay, we can take someone like Kian or someone like Paul or whatever and put them on this, but they're going to be on this for 5 months because they've got to start from scratch.
Right.
Whereas they could fix 15 or 20 other issues in that same time.
Right.
And you're like, well, and this constant calculus of, is that one worth the weight of those 20s? And it's not a situation I envy you or anybody else. You said you don't make the prioritizations. Right. You're in these conversations along with everybody else. Yes. You mean you don't make them alone. You're not the sole person who gets to decide. Yes. And so like this, it's like many things are done in a committee because everybody's got their perspective, everybody's got their priorities, everybody's got their idea of what they think is the most important. Right. I've been in chats where Chris will say this is the most important, and Aaron will say this is the most important, and Jens will say this is the most important. And you're like, well, no, this is the most important. And we have the same conversation that the backers have, just 3 weeks earlier is usually what I say. So it's prioritization and also having the right resources and having that right resource available.
I feel like if they had this same conversations that we had 3 weeks earlier, they probably wouldn't make some of the same choices they do. Because sometimes they fix them within 3 weeks of making the choice, and we're like, you probably could have missed that one.
The right person for that is also the right person for this, and they've been in this for 3 months. Right. And to pull them off of this right now would be devastating to that, because then you get tech debt and that begins to rot. And it's like we sit there. There are so many times where I've been in meetings or sit in chats and just ground my teeth, because we all know what needs to happen. We all know that thing needs stuff, but there isn't the resource at the moment to go and do it. And that's at least as frustrating for us as it is for the players. Probably more so for the players, if I'm being completely honest. But
Sure. No, but you're right. It's all about having the right people for the right issues.
at the right time, in
And
the right place.
historically, if we're being frank, we've been focusing more on the features.
You're focusing more on the new stuff.
Correct.
And also on Squadron.
I think that what Chris outlined in his letter for the chairman is really the direction we want to go, which is to bring back those experts into helping us fix the things that affect the players day in and day out.
So let's start talking about the letter from the chairman now.
Sure.
So in December, Chris published a letter from the chairman.
They've also had staffing issues at CIG. They can't pay the best in the industry, so they don't retain the best in the industry. That's where other problems have come up. Their flight model, for instance, suffered because they couldn't retain a flight model person that they wanted to have run that. Same with like the hover crafts. They had this problem with a couple different things, but like it's been pretty clear that they've had staffing problems and they haven't had the people to fix some of the things that need to be fixed.
That would set the direction for our entire 2025. I did a big thing at the beginning about this, and what I'm going to ask you for your version of this, I want to read specifically a few words that were from that letter. As we jump into the new year, our primary focus across our Star Citizen teams is clear: improving playability. Our drive for playability surrounds three critical areas: performance, stability, and content. No features in there. We understand that the live environment must be far more reliable and consistent, and we are determined to deliver on this. The sentiment many of you have shared, and one we wholeheartedly agree with, is that if the current game, as it ran smoothly with fewer obstacles and bugs, it would provide an unparalleled experience. Over the years, we've experimented with different approaches to improve quality of life and tackling tech debt. However, the ongoing challenge has been balancing these efforts alongside the introduction of new features and technology. In testing new features,
that didn't go very well. Not gonna lie. 3.x updates were scattered. I think they wanted to just get everything in to work, but there was not really much rhyme or reason to it. So we just didn't have like a clear path forward. And I think that's kind of what they're trying to do here.
within the same pipeline as content, it's led to a bunch of intended ripple effects, creating instability, hindering performance, and impacting overall gameplay. In some cases, new features that are not fully mature have delayed the release of content or caused blockers that impact our progress. This has prompted us to reevaluate our approach to feature and content rollout, focusing on steps that we can take to bring the game to a better state while maintaining steady delivery. And that's the end. That's the last I'll read from this stuff. So
Sure.
I just got done at the top of the show explaining what that means in my words.
Right.
I want to hear what that means in your words. What are we actually doing to put those words into effect this year? What are we actually changing?
Stage one is we're committing more resources to fixing issues that affect the live environment, but also that are reported by players. And so in a typical setup, we have to take those resources from features, right? So that means that normally if we're on 50 different features, all these engineers are working on new content to build new components or new features, new UIs for these new gameplay elements. And this can go on for a while because there's prototyping, there's iteration, there's merging, QA, and this can take a while to bring it in. And as Chris is pointing out, it creates ripple effects. And so we have to slow down on the features to get those resources to jump into what I call these Katamari issues. Like we're going to look at a couple later, but issues that require, oh, I need a physics expert. Oh, I need an audio expert. Oh, I need a graphics expert. Oh, I need a gameplay expert. I need a guy who wrote this system. I need a guy who wrote this system. An issue that just keeps growing until it's solved. In order to do that, we need to give a Joker card to those issues. And so that's what we're going to do this year, is to slow down on features. We still need to build features, but we're going to pick the ones we can do while still investing in correcting the problems that we know have been in the game either forever or that are newly and very active. And even if they're super complicated to solve and require a refactor, right? So we'll talk about refactors, I'm sure.
This is all going to come to head when we see what they have planned for 4.1. Like when the roadmap roundup comes out, I'm assuming next week roadmap roundup comes out for 4.1 and we see what they have planned for March or April. It's gonna prove whether or not they're really going to stick to this. What kind of features are actually in there? What are the big ticket items? What are you guys pushing? Is it actually missions?
List. But it also means, what I put in my notes, because we kind of prepared a list so that I can just organize my thoughts. But increasing bug fixing quotas for teams. So in general, teams have not necessarily a quota to fit, but they have an allotted time for bug fixing. We're going to try to jump that by a lot so that we can actually jump on more bug fixes that matter. That's the thing that's key, right? Even though we fixed 3,000 issues, there are maybe 15 or 20 or 30 issues that are really affecting players day in and day out that are bugs or defects that must be resolved. And so we've put that in a list called the director's list. So every director has a chance to basically flag an issue in their domain and say, I'm going to need a Joker card for this issue, and it needs to be solved, right? And so that list is also going to transform itself into a release criteria. So, typically when we do a PTU, we're going through these waves, right? The process at which we go to the next wave is always a bit, it looks good. We look at metrics, we look at disconnects and stability in general, but we don't necessarily look at quality of the game specifically because we're in development, and so it's always been a bit different for us. But I think that we need to change this process for us to move away from being an alpha game. We need to start moving away from the word constant development. In order to do that, we need to professionalize our criteria for launch. And that means that director's list needs to go down. It needs to get the solves that it needs. And those become criteria to move forward. Now, we're going to have to make decisions because we cannot fix everything out at the same time. Again, it's a question of resources. But the goal is to make a significant dent in that list, even if it keeps going up there.
You said take or increase the number of engineers and programmers. You're not talking about going out and hiring 100 new people.
No.
You're talking about the people who were working on base building, the people who were working on crafting, the people who were working on resource networks, like that. It's about taking those seniors, those people with the experience, the one that Uno Mas said, the experts. It's about taking those experts and pulling them off the new feature development.
Correct.
And putting them on the less sexy stuff like, hey, fix an elevator.
That's an example.
It's
right?
Okay. All right. So I want to talk about the three areas that were covered in the letter to the channel. We'll start with stability.
Yeah.
So I know this is going to sound like a simplistic question, and there are probably lots of Star Citizens. I can see them in the chat right now. JJ Land 614 says no one cares about bug fixing. Is everybody right? Is JJ Land 614 right? Everybody?
Yes.
There was no reason for me to do that.
We're scared of bugs. We don't like them.
So there's lots of people who have followed these shows and they know parts of this. I've seen the people in the chat. I already know this because I watch everything. This is a show for everybody.
Right.
What does working on stability really mean? What is we've had a lot of platitudes here, and platitudes are necessary. They're helpful to explain things, but translate this into real world shit for me.
Right.
I use my one swear. What does working on stability actually translate into as far as action goes?
Well, it translates into aggressively monitoring. What we call internally stability covers like some of the very simple metrics, like do servers crash, right? Or do hybrids crash? Do clients crash? And together, do these cause client disconnects, right? And so all these metrics go into what we call basically stability, but it goes further than that. Those are just basically the indicators, like the big level indicators. What stability is like things like bare bone things, like are you able to successfully connect to the game?
Can you log in?
Correct.
Can I pull my fucking water bottle out of my backpack, please?
Can you do successful interactions? Like, can you go to your ship and press F to join your cockpit and then not it take 35 seconds? Is it consistent and reliable? Meaning, like, is it like this all the time? Or is it there only sometimes, right? So stability is about consistent and reliable experience interactions. It's also, when we work on stability, we're talking about improving the observability. So teams that, when you guys are playing the game, you have a very immersive experience, and issues that affect you during your gameplay are part of your bubble, right? We need to be able to see those issues from the outside. So from the server side, from the cloud environment side, and so improving observability gives us that, because there are many systems in the game that have not been instrumented to be observed, right? And so sometimes, some older systems, I'm not going to name ATC, are going to have like some hiccups that we can't even see, but players report to us, and then we have to investigate. But we need more observability. So that's
Bruh.
working on stability. is part of it.
Bro. I know this is a really popular talking point. I know this is, and I'm not saying it for that exact reason. But brother, don't you guys play the game? Isn't that how you see it? Granted, that's a small sample size. Okay, you need like a lot of people to play to get a good understanding of these bugs, but I can kind of guarantee you that I can jump in game and find at least a couple interaction bugs without needing to get other people to do it. And I feel like, there we go. There's the proof.
Changing systems that typically are problematics into self-healing systems so that they can just repair themselves. So when they get into a case that we know, we just modify the system to make sure it tends towards a state that's functional. And the observability comes into play to make sure that it does function. Working on stability also means establishing budgets. So budgets for errors, budgets for performance. And so that affects everybody in the company. But if we talk purely on stability, it's all about, is the content that we've produced here or the feature we've produced here using too much resources, whether it's CPU, GPU, server calls, bandwidth, storage, networking. So reinforcing those budgets, going about finding the offenders, right, that go above these budgets and chasing them down, solving them. So that's stability work. Reducing error rates, obviously, that's part of it. That's the resulting. And the challenge with working stability is that, especially in light of server crashes, is that it's a fog of war. So you can launch a game and you're like a version of the game.
They're not panicking, man. I mean, I'm not saying they're not panicking. Folks that are like missing the context of where this project is in its time, I don't know if you're doing it purposefully or not, but like server meshing just came out, yeah. Imagine if they'd done this 2 years ago and then they got the game stable, right? They spent a year, cut off feature development. They said, okay, we're going to focus on stability. We're going to get this into a good place. And then 2023 comes around. Everything's good. We're solid. Sweet. Yeah? And then they introduce PES. And then, okay. PES is in, destabilize. Cool. Bring it back in, stabilize it for a year. No more features. All right. And then they bring in server meshing. Would they then server meshing would require, okay, stabilize it, get it good to go again. And then they get that I guess the quality they're looking for. But I feel like their problem has always been that they didn't actually have a game engine that could do what they wanted it to. And until they did, they were kind of screwed. You can either whether you believe how successful they will be, but the direction on paper sounds good. Yeah, to fix this is a good pivot, but I genuinely think that they were between a rock and a hard place because they set themselves up a little bit too much. If they hadn't pursued this whole seamless environment thing, I don't think this would have been nearly as big a problem as it's been now. Wouldn't have gone for the Crysis engine in the first place. Okay, but there's also context there too. Crysis engine was in a better place than Unreal at the time. It was in a better place than Unity. There were other engines that maybe could have been used, but Crytek also was bleeding developers and CIG was able to pick them up on discount. So if you can get the team that built the original game engine, do you go for another game engine that maybe is a little bit better fit at that time? Or do you go with the one that you can basically rewrite with the people who made it themselves? I don't even know what engine to go with, to be quite honest. This is probably not their best choice, but they did have reasons to it there at very least. They have a year to do a lot. 4.0.2 is not, and we know is not going to be the IT build. No, absolutely not. Don't waste time getting it into the PTU. Let it get the large population, get the data and pull it out. That was an FPS-based engine and mainly for single-player-based game. That was, dude. They wanted to make an FPS single-player game with ship fighting. Squadron 42 was like, Chris looked out and said, how can I make the best looking Squadron 42? I want it to be a ship flight game, FPS combat, on the ground, in space stations, and And oh yeah, an MMO. That's right. But yeah, I don't know which engine you could have used. Rather have working reliable elevators than see a player marker moving in an object that has no windows, doesn't physically traverse in a visible manner. Squadron, but not the other game, aka the multiplayer-based version. Squadron, but not the other game. Star Citizen. Just want to say, banning Zhu was disgusting from you guys. Banning Zhu. He said nothing wrong. I didn't ban anybody. I haven't. What? Oh, they got timed out. Oh, well, he didn't need to get timed out. I was waiting for him to give his proof. But you can unfollow. Knee-jerk reaction if you'd like. That's fine. Maybe Crisis was decent but for Squadrons since it is a single-player game, but the other game isn't. Well, yeah. Agreed there. Is not CryEngine anymore for a long time. That's also true.
And there's one crash that's going around. We can identify and dedupe crashes, right? So we know what they are. So we're looking into one, and then we're like, oh, if we fix this one, it's going to be very stable, right? But then when you fix that one, that allows the program to continue. And then more bugs show up, more crashes show up. So it's a fog of war. It needs a constant care and
Wait
attention.
a second. This dude just came onto the chat and said... This dude just came onto the chat and said, you shouldn't have timed that person out. I'm unfollowing him. And it was their first chat.
Thing we've done this year to help that is that we have a much more robust hotfix process that, frankly, we use a bit too much, but it does give us the ability to get some fixes out when we see big problems right away. But it's to contribute to that fog of war. So that's what working on stability for me is. It's all of these issues together.
Do the same thing for performance.
Sure. Performance is it's a larger one, and so performance touches on both the client, the hybrid, and the server. The hybrid is the replicant that takes care of the networking, and so performance is about obviously frame rate to begin with on the client and on the server. We talked a little earlier about server optimizations. It's about loading times, so making sure that the load times are acceptable in all kinds of areas. Like I'm not just talking about the loading screen. I'm talking about loading in assets, streaming in an area, fully initializing a full location, right? That's the load times I'm talking about. Memory utilization, so making sure that we use efficient memory, that we don't go above our memory budgets. Same thing here, the keyword is budgeting, so we need to have way stricter budget. We need to work on that area. And then finally, resource utilization of your machine in general, but also network connections. So latency and bandwidth, connectivity and stability of the connection in general that need to be improved. So that's what working on performance is. So stability is one area, performance is another one.
All right, so who works on these things? Because this isn't, so we're talking about this major change here. We're taking people off of features and putting them on, new features and putting them on existing features, existing work. This isn't something that vehicle artists do. They get to keep doing their thing for the most part. This isn't something that somebody who makes a distribution center for the environment team.
Somebody was asking about this earlier. Focusing on stability doesn't mean they're not going to sell ships. It just means the ships that are going to come in are going to depend on existing gameplay. They're not going to introduce new mechanics that might destabilize the game.
Oops. This isn't something that somebody who makes a really unfortunate heart-shaped bed for the subscriber program does.
It's performant.
Who's the person who's actually who are the people that are actually doing this work? Who's changing to do this stuff?
So it's again engineering, right? That has a large focus on stability and performance, but it's also, we have a team, an online team that takes care of what we call site reliability. So these guys are definitely the first watchers of all these metrics, and these guys will call out issues that we need to solve, right? And then they will loop in engineers. And so that's the core of the people working on this. But I kind of want to push back on what you just said about like, oh, the guys on the ship team don't have to do performance, right? Which I think that it, sometimes the way things are made in the game have a very big impact on performance, right? I can give examples, but like areas of levels that are created with hundreds of entities, right? Instead of using like a bare minimum, or there's techniques to use where group merging certain objects need to help reduce the actual effective size of things. So the teams on content are also kind of on the hook for performance, less so on stability, but they're on the hook for performance. And so they're not totally free, but they are less in the line of fire, because typically an engineer is needed to identify a problem first, and then it might reach a content team, depending on what the issue is.
What's the difference between an engineer and a programmer?
It's basically the same thing, almost.
Why do we use both terms?
I don't know. I think it's when you use programmer,
Engineers and programmers
about a coder,
in chat screeching after he said they're basically the same thing.
Talk about an engineer when he's got an architectural approach to it, I guess. But they're very similar in my mind.
Sounds like full of shit.
Yeah, a little bit. But
You're not going to count that one.
where's the jar?
You need a drink. You're talking quite a lot.
Yeah.
All right. So let's put things into motion now.
Yeah.
It's 2025. We've got our mandate. We've got our directive set for us by Chris Roberts. We touched a little bit about prioritization and delegating responsibility. So I want to talk about this. It's no secret that anybody who's watched my stuff for years knows that I like to have the conversation that no other game company would ever dream of having. And there's nobody from another game company that would sit here for 2 hours and answer these kinds of questions. So thank you.
Why? We're great people. We're great. We're good company.
Talk about delegating responsibility. Let me think about how I want to put this. Obviously, we have a lot of talented engineers and programmers across all of our studios. But some are juniors and some are seniors who have all their own specialties and aptitudes. How do we decide who works on what? Because when I look at, if I were sitting on the outside, and I used to.
Sure.
If I were sitting on the outside, I would look at some of the decisions that have been made over the last couple of years. Elevators have been a plague forever. A transit system has had a refactor or two in the past, and whatnot. Those were all before server meshing, which will now require another one. If I were sitting on the outside, I would look at this and wonder, what the hell are they thinking from time to time?
Sure.
Why? So I would like.
I'm sorry. Thank you so much for the super chat, right, Cop? Give this point a like if you think it'll help. Appreciate you. Definitely liking. I completely missed the question because of the sound, so I'm going to go back real quick.
I would look at this and wonder, what the hell are they thinking from time to time?
Sure.
Why? So I would like you to talk about how this process is done. I know you said that you're not the one solely responsible, but you can speak to this process and how this responsibility is delegated, not just to what bugs get worked on, but who works on this stuff. Talk to me for a bit about that.
Well, so it's an interesting problem, right? Because fundamentally, all these talented programmers and engineers are human beings, right, behind it. And so they even Paul. I mean, he does have a beast mode, but he is still a human. And I think that one of the challenges that the teams face regarding this, not necessarily prioritization, let's talk assignment first, right? Is there's a certain level of ownership, right? If I wrote a system, then I own it, right, in a way. And then further iterations or bug fixes on this thing, I will be the best qualified to do it because I know the code. Anybody else that needs to go in this code is going to have a little ramp up, right? And sometimes we can't pay that ramp up, especially at the pace at which, I keep saying that in our project it's different. Typically, we don't release a game before it's in a better state. Than
most games don't run a live game environment in the middle of their development.
Exactly, and that, I call it the cost of shipping, is what hurts us the most, because now.
Do you guys have a parallel that you consider when you're thinking about Star Citizen? For me, mine is Satisfactory, because I think that's the other game that I was very closely following and involved with during its early access period, this time of being developed. And it was not, I don't think when we were playing it, it was ever at any point in terms of the game engine that Star Citizen is at, like stability performance wise. But I still watched it to kind of have something to compare to. Always curious what everybody else's choice is.
Any priority issue for the live patch needs to become absolute, right? But so back to assignment, right? So one programmer writes a system, he owns it, right? So we're going to try to go back to this person when there's bug fixes or items to go to.
They're going to have the least on-ramp time.
Yeah, exactly. But now sometimes it can happen that that's a junior developer. It can happen that it's a senior developer. It really depends, right? Some systems also end up with no owner. When there's churn and people leave and there's replacements or people move on. There's a lot of internal movement at CIG where people want to change their specialty and so you want to keep that distribution fair for the people in there. Like you don't want to assign someone on pure bug fixes for 5 years because they're not going to stay with the company, right? You need to balance this out in terms of how you assign the work. Now again, I'm not talking prioritization, but assignment, right? Typically, we're going to try to pair juniors with seniors to encourage growth so that these juniors can become seniors and then we can depend even more on them, right? And so that's another constraint that sometimes you need to spend time from a senior on a specific issue to help a junior on another issue.
So you do become like a sophomore programmer first? Wait, no, I'm an idiot. Junior does come before senior. Never mind. Ignore me.
Two people in an issue, not because they can make the baby twice as fast, but because that's how you train that junior to become senior. And that's one less
Why
person
is Jared talking about baby making on Star Citizen Live, Jared?
that could be working on something else.
That's right.
Because this is part of their training, this is their growth. Okay.
Correct. There's also, so we talked junior, seniors, right? We make it simple, but there's also leadership, right? So lead developers, like, I don't know, most people know this, but the lead developer is not necessarily the best developer of the team.
Wow. Name names.
No. But the lead's responsibility is management, right? It's making sure that the issues move and that our plan of action is sound, that it's vetted, that it's code reviews, make sure the quality is there, but also just orchestrating the team, right? So typically a lead should spend roughly 40% of his time doing management on the team, right? So leadership is also a key element in that. Even if you pair people and you have a million things going
See, now who do they answer to? Who does the lead answer to? Because I feel like that's where the disconnect starts to come in.
What is the drumbeat is the leadership, right? And so you need to have all those combinations to be able to have a healthy engineer team. And so you want to avoid overburdening as well. So sometimes you have some developers that come into the company and they're really good, right? But they're juniors, right? So they're learning fast. They have a lot of energy. They're going for it. And so path of least resistance, we're going to go like, oh, well, look, can you look at this? Can you look at this? Can you look at this? And at some point, that person's overburdened. And we have to release our patches, so time constraints come in. And so code quality goes down, right? And that's an issue we have to battle every single day.
Now, we had to release our patches with those features in the old system. You're referring back to how we did it before.
Yeah.
Yes, his dad, his hat says Dad Lando. Jared's father did pass away over the break, and I think he talks about that, so I'll let him explain that. I think it's towards the end of the episode.
This new system, in this new way, it's a patch every month, but it's what is ready to go into those patches. We've said some version of this before.
Sure.
And let's just be super honest. We haven't been super good at sticking to the philosophy. It was after 3. It was after 3.0. It was after that really long wait for 3.0, right, where some of us had to grow a really stupid beard.
Yes.
That it was okay. We're no longer going to wait for features anymore. We're going to do this quarterly patch, and then if a feature isn't ready, we're not going to wait for it. It gets pulled out. And we weren't so good.
The famous
at
go-no-go process.
Yeah, we weren't really good at that.
Which we internally call the go-go-go process.
Yes.
Which we moved away from.
I'm very happy to hear you admit that the go-no-go process.
That sounds like CIG, doesn't it?
This was a bit of a joke. It was the go process. And it's because there was this mentality here where we thought that we were a feature-driven project. Every patch people expect X number of features to be in there. We have to make these targets in order to keep people engaged and stuff. And it was just this.
This is going to be such a freaking study. I would love to contextualize this project and how this all happened and how we got to this point. But that's going to take so freaking long. Because what he's talking about with the whole expectation of features coming and all that, that was a reaction on its own. That was a reaction to the 2.0 cycle of updates, which was a time of content. Jesus, that's loud. Sorry. Content-focused updates that didn't come at a certain time. They came when the content was finished. That made people incredibly antsy, and it made CIG turn towards 3.0 and say, okay, we're gonna put them out on a specific time, and they won't be empty. We're gonna make sure you guys are getting consistent updates and consistent features so that it's still interesting and it's still good. And that's what we were addicted to. Like I genuinely think that was the right thing, because the game didn't have features. When we started with 3.0, there was no reputation, there was no mining, no salvage, no tractor beams, there was no pick up a box and deliver it somewhere. There were no loot boxes, there was no inventory system. They needed to add features, but it was done in a way that was just gung-ho. We're going to stick to this and just continue to do this until we reach server meshing. And maybe that was the right call, maybe it wasn't. But at this point now, they're talking about that having been something that has caused instability in the game over time. And it's interesting to have that context. I guess it doesn't have to be a really long video. There you go.
Ouroboros of shit. Oh God, that's 3. Where we're constantly chasing our tail and not getting where we needed to go. Now, that's not to throw the past aside. No. We're super proud of what we've accomplished here. But there's a point where doing the same thing year after year,
The same way.
the same way, and we always made changes here and there, and expecting a different result is the definition of insanity. So this year, and this whole thing that we're talking about today, and we'll talk more about it on ISC.
I do still think some of this stuff is a little bit of lip service. Not gonna lie, because you can't ignore the server meshing in the room. Stabilizing this before server meshing sounds like it would have been kind of a pain in the all of the asses.
Next week is it's time to try something different. Now, this is incredibly scary for us. I'm gonna go on the record and say we have been a feature-driven project since the PE was first introduced in 2015. We doubled down on that after 3.0 at the end of 2017. To stop that and to turn all of our focus internally, to turn it all inward, and to say to this incredibly talented programmer, you don't get to work on the super sexy hot new feature. You have to work on elevators now. That
hot new features in your area
for us, keeping people engaged, keeping people interested, and stuff like this. That's when patches come out, and when we get to April or May or whatever, and people are like, where's my new feature? We haven't had a new feature in so many months. That's going to create problems for us on the marketing side and stuff like this. This endeavor is going to create struggles for us in how we position the game, and how we market the game, and how we attract players to come in and play. But
I'm watching this at 15% higher speed, so it's going to seem a little bit weird.
We've tried the other thing for so long. Yeah. And it's collectively what I'm seeing from everybody, from Chris to Aaron to Rich Tyler to everybody down the line, is something I've never seen in 10 years here. Is this everybody's hit a point where we've finally reached a consensus that we've done it this way enough. We have to try this now, and we have to make this experience better. Famously, we were watching a big streamer jumped into game on Friday, had like 17,000 viewers, and 17,000 viewers were just watching him fall into an elevator over there, and it was just like we had already made this decision. Like, this decision has been in place since December, but we were all just watching, going, "Man, this can't come fast enough." So this is scary, but it has to be done. I want to ask you another question about this assignment and the priority stuff. I just touched on it. Say you have something unsexy but super critical,
right?
And the fix is a long and tedious process, rewriting the transit system, and it's going to tie someone up for the next 2 or 3 months while they work. Maybe it's longer. Is this something you put on a senior because it's super critical, and then you end up tying that person up for an entire quarter of the year? Or is it something that you stick a junior on because you need that senior doing 3 other...
Because it's moist critical. Sorry. Badoom.
Things instead. Is this not the ultimate developer Sophie's choice? And is this not what we've struggled with for a decade? Well, the time I've been here. How are we fixing this now?
Well, so previously the answer would have been junior with some support, right? that's what we would have done before. It would have been, no, we can't compromise the feature. This work is important. It's going to be transformational for the PU. This fix or this rewrite, we're going to do we're going to give a support network around someone that's in the team that's not necessarily one of our superstars, and I mean, I want a team where everybody can grow into a superstar, but sometimes, you have to be in the middle, right? And so the previous setup would have been something like this, right? Where we would give a support network, but the person in charge would have been, not necessarily like the leads and the people that really push the needle, because those would be on transformational features for the PU. The answer this year will be no. We're using our transformational players to come and solve these problems for us, because they have to be solved, right? Like we keep talking about transit. It's not, transit has touched 1 million people at CIG. Keep it running for a while, but now it's time to put, a real effort behind it, right? Which is to basically take resources from the transformational elements and go and fix the foundation.
That's so they are. He really wants to dedicate resources to getting the long-standing things figured out, which is what people have been saying for not a short amount of time, like 5 years. People have been wanting that kind of stuff.
We've now called ourselves out on our own BS, and we're now putting everybody where they need to be. How do you decide whether that old feature is fixable or whether it's so far gone that it needs a refactor?
Sure. Well, so that's a good question, right? Because sometimes the worst cases like this is when a system or an issue is like almost fixed, right? Where like a developer comes in and is like, oh, I have a fix for this, right? But what we need to do now is also look at these features to answer that question, which is the way the feature or the system was constructed compatible with what the PU is going to be, or what the technology behind the PU will be, which is a combination of the streaming technology that we've built before that has been a very complicated and complex system, even on its own, without server meshing, and then the systems under streaming and server meshing together. And so there are systems in the game that are not adapted to that approach, right? And so when we look at one of the key problems that we see in the game, we're going to look at the underlying system, and if we need to rewrite, it'll be because, it needs to be rewritten to take advantage of streaming and server meshing properly, right? Versus trying to patch and kind of cobble it together, right, to make it work. So that's how we make the decision, is really we're going to have to look deep in all these things to decide which ones need. We've already done some of it, like we're calling out some stuff.
I literally saw a meeting earlier today where you're literally presenting every single engineer in the company, and it was a collective effort. It was okay. So it's where do we put this person? Where do we put this person? I've never seen in the time that I've been here such a granular kind of overarching. Okay, no, we need to reevaluate everything. All prior assumptions are done. Yeah. Let's look at the entire field of players we have and decide who's supposed to go where best. Stop everything. Fresh start. That leads me to my next question here. So we're a company of near or over 1,000 people. I can't keep track across the studios in the world, but there's still a limited number of these engineers and programmers in the company. Delegating them between these tasks is hard enough.
Yeah.
But you've also got this thing called Squadron 42.
That's right.
Over here. And in October, we flashed up a big 2026 on that.
Yeah.
I was there when I saw the 2016 way back when, and Chad Zamzow spoke for all of us with like, what? So we stayed away from pointing at a year for so long, because we grossly underestimated in last time. But now we've done this. So you've got this
goalpost.
I was going to say hangman's noose, but goalpost is much more positive sitting here.
Yeah.
That's got to get done too.
Yeah.
So what is this split like? Is this just an even 50-50 split? This many of them are on Star Citizen, this many of them are on Squadron 42. Is it 60-40? Is it hard? Is it flexible? Are there Joker cards that bounce between the projects? Does Chris have a veto every 3 months where he gets to rearrange the people? How does this split work?
So that's an interesting question, because it is, we are making 2 games. There's some good news, right? Because a lot of the gameplay systems that power the actor, and that power the core of the game are the same between the 2 games. And so improvements on one end result in improvements on the other one, plus or minus the online versions of these features, right? In the let's say we take one team, right, which is the most important in this one, like the gameplay teams, right? That's where we have to be more fine-grained, right? There's this thing that we have to be careful about, which is context switching, right? Obviously, building a single-player cinematic game and building a multiplayer MMO-like game are similar, but the context switching between the two projects costs time, right? So you want to find a scheme where you have the resources on what you're trying to achieve at each milestone. Like Squadron 42 has its internal milestone and its cadence that it needs to respect this year, which is extremely aggressive in order to get a game completely complete by the end of the year and ready for 26 release. And so there are resources that are, more suited to the type of things that Squadron 42 kind of needs right now in its polish phase and its finalization phase for all the levels and all the chapters. And so obviously these people will be favored to work on Squadron 42. So there's a series of people that are on there. I don't have an exact percentage, but it's not 50-50 because there are also things that are built on the PU that are beneficial on that side. And so the thing if Jens was here with me, he would say the thing we need is flex, right? And so flex is when we need reinforcements, we can get them, right? And so we have a model now where there are a series of engineers that will work, dedicated to Squadron, but we can flex on both sides depending, right, on the milestones. And the two projects have now a cadence that's adjacent, and so we kind of know at every milestone what Star Citizen needs and what Squadron needs, and so we can flex accordingly. And these features are kind of a lot of those features are similar in both ends, and some of the bug fixes that we need on SC are also needed, right, on both sides, especially actor related bugs.
Yeah, I don't know.
And so
I don't know.
It's a tricky balance, right?
I am I think the fact that they can't come out and say that Squadron is not heavily impacting Star Citizen's development at this point is disappointing to me. I think that they should be past that point by now if they expect Squadron to be out the next year, and like they should be able to be putting significantly more people towards Star Citizen. That is the ultimate problem that Star Citizen's struggling with, and it always will be until Squadron gets out of the freaking way. They don't have enough people to put all their priorities into the MMO.
I hear what you're saying, and it makes sense. And I was in that meeting where Chris and Jens were talking about the need for flex and stuff. And that's
I like that we've been talking about this throughout the video. Resources, do they have enough resources? Do they have the talent? Do they have all this stuff? Can they hire these people? None of it matters because they are focused on Squadron 42. Even if they do have resources and tons of talent and stuff, so much of that's being channeled to the other game. And that's a big part of why Star Citizen keeps languishing. And yeah, the development for Squadron helps with Star Citizen, but let's be honest.
It's my first show in 2 months. Maybe it'll be my last one. There's a phrase that comes to my head when I'm listening to you. Says it's this jack of all trades and master of none thing. Now, that's not precisely analogous to this, but if people are bouncing, how does any one thing get done? That's the first question I have there. And I know there's no easy answer to this, but you agreed to come on the show and you agreed to take the uneasy question. So I'm taking advantage of our decade-long relationship and putting you on the spot here. Yes, it's absolutely important if this thing in Squadron has to be done because it will unblock 50 other people. So yeah, okay, we'll take those 2 people from Star Citizen for 2 weeks and get it done. And that's a worthwhile use of flex. Sure. And I understand why that exists and why that's important. But how do you keep that from becoming just this, and we just left with this two amorphous blobs that never get finished?
Sure. Yeah. The key is in the specialization, right? So we have teams like, I can give an example, like the mission system team, for example, are highly specialized in the online mission system, right? And so...
Oh, and Elliot Maltby, don't leave him out.
And Elliot, right? The Kid Rock of missions. But this assignment, right? You take the resources that are good at one element that one project needs, and you can dedicate to them. You're not losing anything from the other side, right? The flex obviously is there in your extra kind of chunk of resources, right? Every team has like core members and extra members that can flex. And so the idea with this has been to make a plan where we can actually focus on the things that matter, and we pick what we think matters, right? So our player experience team on the SC side helps us, like for the bug fixes that we're going to be looking at in priority, we know what those are. So we make sure those are covered. So it's about not just prioritization and assignment and just blatantly going SC squadron, it's really about looking at what do we want to achieve? And on SC, we want to achieve a better playability. And so we're going to commit resources to that. The flex will come only when we ship, right? That's the moment where flex actually happens. So end of milestones. And so the impact at this will kind of be minimal because we minimize the context switch on the key resources. Like leadership is a key part of this. The right leads in the right places make a big difference.
Okay.
Those ones need to not move. That's the
Yeah. No, it makes sense. It's not a question with an easy. It's not a question with an easy answer, and it's not a question most marketing shills would probably ask their execs live on the internet. But like I said, we're
going for it.
We're going for it. I want to talk about one more topic before we get to a topic that I've listed in my notes as persistent buggyverse.
Right.
And that's Alpha 401. So last week was just last week, right? We released Alpha 401. I saw people online, people that, if I'm being as frank with those people as I am with you, probably should have. Some people expected the silver bullet patch. Like there was a letter in December, and they thought in January there would be a silver bullet where everything was fixed. And I personally find that expectation a bit silly. On the flip side of that, though, these are people who have been waiting.
Yeah.
They've been waiting.
Okay, these are people who definitely don't follow. Like even with a normal company, that would be ridiculous to look at the patch December 23rd and think that like the patch, the letter then and the patch, and a month later is going to fix it. But for Star Citizen specifically, folks, if you follow CIG, you know they're not going to do whatever it is that they said they're going to do in the first patch afterward. Oh my lord, especially not a dot patch.
For us to figure this out, for us to have, for us to come in from the cold and realize that so many years of doing it this way, it's time to switch to do it this way. So I understand the frustration and everything is justified, if I'm being completely honest. It was not a silver bullet patch.
Sure.
This 402, it might even go to PTU today or tomorrow. We're here, so I can't see the chats that they're trying to put on PTU. For the end of this month, will not be the next silver bullet either.
Dang it!
As I said at the beginning of the show, this will be a thing where month after month we patch without new features, but just new content built on existing features and bug fixes, and slowly we start changing the temperature of the water, of our persistent universe. What was my question?
It sounded good anyway. But
I'm sure I was going.
That's
somewhere.
cool. It's cool. We're good there.
Is this the approach? Is this the? When can we start? So I see what I read, and what I read is what I wrote for myself is dumb. I don't want to ask that question. I want those. 401 did not solve all the problems.
No.
Is it a legitimate improvement over 4.0?
In many areas, it's a drastic change, yes. Especially for the issues that affected a lot of players during the break. If you played during the break on 4.0 preview, like a lot of very dramatic problems have been solved in 4.01 or hotfix, right? Because the 4.01 also includes all the hotfix from 4.0. So it is fundamentally, a better patch, but it regressed in key areas that are very problematic.
Yes, I'm looking at a chat right now.
Very
drastic.
Yeah.
With a lot of emojis.
From the observability standpoint, right? I think that in terms of the forward-facing elements of the patch, we have regressed in 4.01. But from the infrastructure level, we have actually made a step forward, and so it's a 50-50 one.
It's a 2 step forward, 1 step back kind of thing.
I would say so. Yeah.
And the 1 step back happens to be the part of the players. See?
Yeah, I was going to say, like, if the 1 step back is in the player's foot, then you guys are going to basically only hear about the 1 step back.
Yeah.
Okay. I know there's we're about to jump into this.
The buggyverse.
Just I want to. I'm on the verge of something here, and I'm trying to figure out what it is in my head. What I want to say here. I guess what I really want to ask is, okay, it's not going to be in one patch. It was never going to be in one patch. Any expectations that it would be in one patch or two patch.
What you really want to ask Jared is when. The word is when.
It's silly. But we're all, when I say we're all, I mean not just the people who play the game, I mean the people who make the game too. We're all frustrated.
Yeah.
We're all tired. We're all exhausted of logging in and seeing people stuck at one position and seeing elevators not showing up and people falling through trams and stuff like this. It's not going to be one patch and it's not going to be two patches. Maybe it's 3, maybe it's 5, maybe it's 7. I guess the question I really want to ask you before we move into the Jira section here is this plan going to work?
I think so. But what it needs, right?
Can you imagine if he was just like, no, dude, it's not going to work.
And I think Chris's letter kind of sets the commitment. That's what we needed, right? Going from the previous way of making the game to this new way, like a company of our size takes time to shift gears and change direction. And so even though you're like, okay, guys, this is our focus now, reorder priorities, assignments, it takes a while before it actually takes form, right? And you need the people in the teams to really grasp what we're after, right? In terms of increased playability, what it means for them in the day-to-day, right? And I think that we have the commitment from the leadership to change this, and we have the means to do it. So in order to support this effort, right, it's not just we're talking about priorities and orders, and that's one part of the puzzle. But the other part of the puzzle is to make sure these teams are properly supported to do this, right? It's in paying the tech debt that's been plaguing the project for a long time, that we've been kind of dealing with, putting in the corner, right? Tackling some of it, but then, letting it build up. And I think that we need to attack that head on. And to support our teams, it's about helping them improve the output through better process, better pre-submission checks, better validation, building the tools that will allow them to have confidence that when they put a fix, that it's fixed, or that when we say a bug is fixed, that it is fixed, which is, let's just say that it's been an issue, right?
No.
Yes.
Yes. No. Many have been the times where
what it's going to take, though, is like, we had the problem of NPCs standing on chairs for a long time, and that's because they had to go back through it and fix it over and over again. Does that mean that they're just going to compact that process and just like waste away on bugs throughout the quarter just to get them finally fixed? Perhaps. I guess so.
From you to Chris to Jens in the chat saying, they read a report on Reddit, or they see something on Twitch or YouTube, and they find the Jira, and the Jira says it's fixed.
Yeah. And
it's like, I thought this says it was fixed. And that happens for a lot of reasons. We've talked a lot about how there are multiple causes for the same outcome. And yeah, that cause of that outcome was fixed, but now we've just exposed a second different cause for the same outcome. It's frustrating. We're doing a lot of. The problem is Jira. That's something in the chat. We're doing a lot of talk here. And we still got some more talk to do. The proof will ultimately be
in the pudding.
In the action.
In the pudding. What the guys?
Month after month, patch after patch. There won't be a patch every single month. Like I said, we're currently looking at about 9 or 10 on the schedule. We actually have a meeting tomorrow where we're going to kind of hammer that down and have a better idea. Certain things affect the patch cadence, But yeah.
Okay, so
more,
we're not getting a patch every month. That's going to come up again. You guys know it in streams throughout this year. That's going to come up.
Patches this year than any year prior, but with less of the feature work, far less of the feature work, and more of the content and the bug fixes. The content that doesn't require new features. Like somebody in the chat was just saying, do less events. It's not the events that are problems. It's the events that are built on new features. Yeah. Like I was about events built on existing feature work and stuff can still be fine. That's part of what we're looking at. So like this, the proof is going to be. It's going to take this year.
Ultimately, it's just the product, right? Jared. It's the thing that counts. Is what's the output, right? Does the output get better? Are we still dealing with the same problems that we've seen before? Did we actually solve any of those issues, or are we still going to look at, interrupted missions, or any of these bugs that are plaguing us, right?
Water bottles.
I think that's the key, right? And that's how we should be measured. It's in, does this new method work? Is the product improving, right? And in its quality.
Yeah. Kid Casper, first-time chatter, says, did a dev ever play Siege of Orison? Yeah, Siege of Orison is a great example of an event that took substantial feature work. And the feature work that was underneath it was the stuff that was not ready for prime time. It's not exclusively the idea of an event that's bad. It's how you build the event, whether you build the event on current, existing, proven technologies, or whether you try to do something crazy. And we're still going to try to, let's be real. I've been here for too long to sit here in front of everyone and say, we're going to stop trying things new. That's not who we are. We're going to dramatically reduce the risk. We're going to dramatically reduce how far out over the edge with new things that we do. There are going to be moments this year where we still try something new here and there. And hopefully it works better than in the past because of our new tech preview situation, because of the new methodology. There may be one or two moments this year where we try something new and it still bites us in the butt. That's just, I've been here too long to even remotely hint at saying otherwise.
Okay,
but
so
on the whole,
even that then makes it sound like the ePTU that I was talking about at the beginning is not going to be a consistently use this thing this year. I wouldn't expect them to use it kind of like they did last year. Now, in the letter from the chairman, it was kind of made out to be a bit of a useful tool for them this year. So we'll see if they do or don't. But Jared is, at this point, making it sound kind of like there will be some new things, but the ePTU might not be around that much. We'll see.
What I've seen from people at every level this year is something I've not seen in the 10 years I've been here. And that is this collective realization that we have to change and stuff. So I'm more hopeful for this year than I've been for other years. It's not going to be a year full of a bunch of exciting new features. It's going to be a dramatically different year with different content and stuff. It'll be interesting to see how it works. It's scary because we've never.
Oh yeah, it's completely different for the project for sure.
All right. Persistent buggyverse.
Yeah, dry hand game, dude.
So it's not all going to be fixed in one or two or even three patches, but if I'm allowed, I think I can speak for everyone in the community when I say what the F about some of these long-term issues. So these long-term existing issues that have plagued the game since 3.24 or longer. So I got together with folks from the community team, Tyler and Lenny and Freya and all those folks. I got together with people from the player relation team, Bayer and his folks and everything. And I even got a few of these from Chris Roberts himself.
There you
go. I got a list of issues that I want to ask you about and get some status updates on.
Sure.
This is basically the part of the show where I hold your
where we dive in
butt to the fire.
Sure.
You ready?
Yeah.
So in no particular order. No,
hang on.
There's an order.
Hang on before we start, right? So I'll be the messenger here. So we did a little prep, right? We looked at a couple of these because I needed to prep. Unfortunately, I don't know everything.
You don't know the current status of every single major bug in the game, Ben?
No, I do not. I wish I did. I mean, that'd be great. But I did do the scavenging hunt to make sure that we got at least an update on most of those. And so that's, we'll get out of it.
All right.
Go for it.
I want to start with server and shard instability.
Yeah.
Now I'm just going to read my notes here. We've got frequent login issues, including being stuck at position 1 in the queue for extended periods, shard locks, the servers becoming unresponsive or dead with players extensively discussing strategies for finding working servers, often relying on joining friends' instances. So let's tackle these one by one.
Yep.
Okay.
Login issues and being stuck at position 1.
Good stuff. Let's get into this.
So this one we're actually deeply investigating right now. It looks like, so we have, and I'll go deep with technical details here to properly explain, not just the status report. So matchmaking, right? So when you click on that button, join the universe, you're talking to the matchmaking service or the matchmaking system. He will find one of the shard instances that's available, right? All these shards report their health to make sure that they're, doing good, that if one of their servers is not good or their FPS is not in a good condition, it always reports a score. And we will always try to match you to either something that has shard affinity to you, or
shard affinity.
Well, it's either your player is already in that shard, right? That's the ultimate affinity, or you've been in that shard before. So we try to have a level of shard affinity. Now the problem with stuck position 1 is that we've matchmade you on a shard. And now the matchmaking service is basically telling the shard, this guy's coming. That's called a process called authorization. And for some reason, now the latest update that I've got this morning on this is that the authorization call sometimes will take multiple minutes to close out. And so we don't know what the cause is on this one yet. It's kind of a new identified condition, but that's one that we need to hotfix absolutely on live in order to get that back in there.
So that's one that, when we figure it out, is fixable by hotfix. Some things require a patch, some things require a hotfix that can be done under. So that's a thing that can be fixed
Hotfix.
any day of the...
I can speak a bit about the hotfix, how it works, right? Now, I don't like to use the word hotfix for everything, but that's the word we have for now, right? Because not all fixes are necessarily hotfixes. Some of them are just, they need to go out. But so what we can hotfix right now is a server change. So a change that goes on the game servers. That's one of the easiest things to roll out. So we can actually make a code change and then we start deploying it, and then your game servers will slowly start updating, right? And that is the easiest one to roll out. But there's some requirements for this. There must be no data change, no asset change, and the network compatibility of the build needs to be maintained. And so that means that there are some things we cannot hotfix because it would cause a client incompatibility. And like so there are some bugs that we're like, we have a fix, we can't roll it out, right?
We have to wait for the next patch window.
Well, yeah, exactly, right? Which we are talking about in interest of this to have now like maintenance windows where we can actually roll out data fixes, right? Where we now need to force players to upgrade their client, but that would allow us to actually, take the environment down, also do some maintenance. We rarely do live maintenance on the environment just to, change things. We kind of try to keep them the way they are, but this will allow us to actually perform live changes more aggressively. So we're trying to nail the process now for that. And so the second kind of thing we can change is a hybrid fix. Now those are very hard to do because a hybrid restart will disconnect all players on a shard, and so we can't upgrade a shard that's already running. And so we have much fewer game shards now than before, and so that means that disrupting them will have a drastic effect on the live environment. And so those fixes are a bit of a problem. So typically it reflects in the number and the name of your shard when the hotfixes roll out.
Chat is just spamming. Do it! Just do it! One of the things that we don't do, that a lot of MMOs do, is have that regular Tuesday downtime or something like that. And those are the times where those things are necessary for the games.
A lot of people want that in Star Citizen. And I wonder if they're going to do anything like that once we reach that final release.
That's something we've considered.
Yes, that's what we're trying to prepare for now, is to have an official maintenance window. That we're not thinking about systematically doing a downtime, but we're thinking about scheduling it, and then we'll let players know before that happens, and then we'll be using those moments to do infrastructure changes or upgrades that normally we would have to wait for.
That would be. I'm just looking at chat right now. There's nothing you've said in the last hour and a half that's getting the reaction. They're just like, yes, give us a maintenance window. Fix your shit.
Yeah, people really want that kind of a thing.
No, that's 5.
Is that 5?
I think so.
5. Load times went way up.
Yeah.
In 4.0.
Yes.
Way up.
That's right.
Yeah. Especially for Pyro.
Pyro side.
And frequently players would actually time out of their load.
Yeah.
What gives?
So interestingly, now that's still being investigated, but the current hypothesis on this is that the way the Pyro system was built. First of all, the requirement when you connect, right? What the hell is the game doing, right, in that loading screen? And then you open the console and there's stuff flying around. What is it doing, right? It's going through this context establisher set of tasks, which are like all the phases for the connection, right? Currently, when players load into Pyro and have a long load time, it seems to be related to the way the system was built, where there's an entity in the Pyro system that holds the spacescape for the system. Right now, we're peeking behind the curtains of how the levels are made, but there's a requirement for the CET connection, right, that requires that all the entities that the client needs to load need to have an authority assigned, right? Now, so this is directly a server mesh change. And so if an entity that you're loading doesn't have an authority yet, which could be any server in the mesh, right? If one of them doesn't have an authority yet, then the load time will have to wait for this entity to gain an authority. Now, how can this entity not have an authority? So our current hypothesis is that if the server that is hosting that Pyro Spacescape entity, which has a giant radius. So every client loading into Pyro needs that entity. If the server that hosts that entity is currently rebooting because it has a crash on it, then all players will have to wait for that server to do the full provisioning loop, boot up, acquire, load the data, acquire the entity, and then players will load in. For some players, that overrides that busts the time it needs for the timeout for the login. So that's our current lead, and
Yikes,
we think we
dude.
have the fix. But we're obviously that's another
This is why I'm not making an MMO.
one that we would roll out. I think it's a code fix on the hybrids that we can actually roll out for that.
While you were giving that answer, Chris Roberts just messaged and says, Benoit, are we having login issues again? and Guillaume is like, I'm poking Ahmed because Benoit's on SCL talking about this right now. So, get off Benoit's back, Chris. Delete. Do not hit enter. No, okay. So, I know I see people who are stuck in this thing who are waiting. Like they shut their client down and they log back in. They shut their client down. Like, is that helping their case or is that hurting their case? In this?
So I have a lot to say about that. So
I'm gonna head out.
So on everybody kind of has a recipe for fixing login issues, right? A lot of them involve disconnection, shard hopping, loading into AC, rebooting twice. Printing a document, I don't know, right? That is actually one of the things that we've identified as missing in our testing process. So we do some load testing before we launch a patch. And so we test with clients logging in and logging out, and everything's great. What we're not testing is launch client, persistent universe, Alt F4. Launch client, persistent universe, AC, right? Alt F4. Client, persistent universe. And so a lot of the issues that we've seen in the 4.0 release, when we put in the persist Hangar flow, for example, that allows you to log into your Hangar, the system for this needs to move your player, we call it unstow your player into the shard. It also needs to unstow your Hangar. Now, when players are constantly logging in and out of shards, now you've got multiple shards doing this process for you, and they need to complete that process. We've identified a ton of concurrency issues with this in 4.0, elements that we didn't test for because you test the load, not the repeated concurrency. And so that's one thing we've identified that we absolutely need to add to our testing process, because it's one of the other things. I've talked about this before. The difference between PTU and live is like a 20x increase. Yeah. That's also one big difference, is that on PTU, players don't shard hop that much.
One of the forever things that it's
saying you're boring PTU players.
PTU. And there are many,
yes.
but this is like the one that's always amused me. People are more patient on PTU than they are on live because they recognize that they're helping us, they're helping the development of the game, they're doing a job, and that patience is necessary and wonderful. Yeah. But it doesn't make for an effective test of live, and it's yet another reason we have to go to these live environments sometimes, and we don't discover these things till live environments, because live is where Hyde comes out.
Right.
So many people in PTU are Dr. Jekyll, and they're all nice and knowledgeable and restricted, and then live environment is where it's interesting. It's all right.
Well, that's one of the key differences, right? And so a lot of the issues that are plaguing us right this second, right, are still remnants of that we are tracing a lot of them. I spent a lot of time on Spectrum during the break, during the workation. Actually digging into a lot of those to be able to make sure that when the team would come back, that we'd have some traction on some of those.
Last question on servers, because then we're going to get to the character stowing and repair here.
Yeah.
What are shard locks?
Thank you very much.
And why do servers become unresponsive?
It's all very sexy stuff that they're talking about right now. Fola just dropped 10 whole freaking memberships on YouTube, my dude. You're awesome. Thank you. Add that one to the good old Toes gang. I know I just got a lot more quiet. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's not my fault, I promise. It's the space lasers. They make my mic quieter on this scene. Thank you, Fola. Thank you. Thank you very much. If you can't tell from this annoying me that keeps saying thank you very much, it does a lot for us.
That second part's
little question here.
All right. So shard lock, we never really call this shard lock. This is like a community term. You're never
and
really
it's great.
locked into a shard, but your character can only be into one. And so if you get match made into one of, let's say, USE1B 010, everybody's favorite shard, which it is true, that shard is cursed. I mean, it's telling you right now, it's always 010. I don't know why, but that one is always the one.
Just change the number.
Take it out to the shed and shoot it.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter which patch. The USE 010 shard, for some reason, is the bane of our existence. Anyway, so you go play there. Your character will get unstowed. So Hybrid will unstow your character, moves it from the global database that allows you to go anywhere to that shard. Now you are, according to the community, shard locked, right? Because you're playing in that shard right now. What's supposed to happen is that if you quit the client or you get disconnected or the client crashes, when you come back, you're going to get match made on this shard again, right? Now, if that shard is no longer available during the time where you decided to come back or whatever, then that's going to give you a nice little 60K error, right? Which will say, hey, your character is there. That shard is no longer available. Now, what that means is that behind the scenes, there's a process that's taking if the shard is crashed, there's a process that's currently processing that shard and will stow back your character. So it's time. Time will fix it, right, in this case. During the 4.0 preview, some players got into a state where the character could not get stowed back. That was a backend a bug that prevented that from happening.
Ayo.
So their character was kind of seemingly corrupted. And so we had to go in and fix a lot of those. That caused a permanent 60,030, I think is the one, where basically some players were stuck in that mode for a long time. And so we had to actually do manual actions to solve that. But otherwise, in most of the time, time will make your character go back to the stow position. And then once you're stowed back, you're able to go back in there. So that's what we call, or I think that's what the community calls shard locking.
It was definitely.
That's what we call.
It's building a reputation. You know, it's coming for 30K's crown right now.
Slowly.
Let's talk about elevators and trams.
All right.
Let's talk about elevators and trams.
We didn't talk about repair. You don't want to talk about repair?
Well, actually, that question was mostly about the 60/30 and the stowing. You basically covered all that stuff.
That's kind of true.
So, elevators and trams.
Yeah.
Broken or missing elevators in various locations, preventing access to hangars and other areas, or simply trapping players inside.
Ooh.
Trams that either let you fall through the floor or yeet you into lower orbit.
Yeah, they take you to space.
What the fuck?
Also, my question to you is, why don't, if we're halfway there, why don't we just have space elevators in Star Citizen at this point? We love our elevators, you know. And hell, I'm going to the space station anyways. Let's just make the train go all the way up, man.
That's 6. So, brief history, right, of transit. This is a very old system that's been in the game for a long time. And transit in the context of streaming is already a non-trivial problem to solve, because and I need to dive into the why, so to explain a bit, the complexities behind it. But so the transit system is composed of multiple components, right? You've got peripherals, so that's, for example, the button you press to call an elevator or a tram. It's the indicators that say, hey, the tram's coming in, this amount of time. Those are peripherals. You have gateways, which are locations where a carriage can stop at. So, for example, if you're in Lowerville, and you go to the train, where the train stops, it's like a station. That's called a gateway. You have carriages, which are either elevators, trains, trams, all these things that move along a path. And then they go from gateway to gateway, and they respond to orders that are submitted from peripherals. All sounds nice and dandy. What's the problem, right? So in any game, any other game that doesn't have full-on...
I'm sorry to interrupt here. For anybody who's listening to this right now, even now at live or after the fact, this is likely one of the most important things that he's going to say during this whole video. So I would advise, take a listen and let's see what he says about the transit system.
Level streaming. All of these things are always loaded. So the manager, the piece of code that actually is managing the fulfilling the orders and moving the carriages in general, or has the logic of the carriages, is always, all this network is streamed in. It's all loaded, so it's always available. It knows where the carriages are, it knows what's happening, everything is there. In our environment, because of our SOCS technology, that allows us to have more performance on the servers because we
SOCS is server-side object container streaming. That's how they allow the servers to localize the things that are being loaded in and out of the game.
unload the rest of the zone. That means we unload those carriages. So think about your Lorville train that you see stop at you and then leave. On the server, if nobody's on the track, it doesn't have a carriage there. It's unloaded, right? And so the current iteration of the system actually destroys that carriage and will recreate carriages when it needs it, right? And there's been a ton of issues with this. So that's the first part, right, is the streaming part. That makes it a bit more complicated. The second part is that the way the system was built initially, it would fulfill these orders to those, send orders basically. You call the elevator from your hangar, I need to send a lift there. So the system was going to tell the lift to move. The lift moves on its own, right? So you will jump and then do the actual path. We want those to be physicalized, so they're actually following certain paths. Now, the issue is that combined streaming with these orders and state is lost in certain conditions. And so the system just needs a whole lot of changes on its communication layer to be reliable. And it needs a fundamental change in how it fulfills these orders. And instead of just sending a message to a carriage and hoping for the best, the transit manager needs to be actually always tending towards the state that it should be in so that it can self-heal for any kind of issues, right? Whether creating the carriage failed or streaming out and losing a piece of it, the system needs to change to be able to properly do that. So that's what the new system that we're writing is going to do. It's going to solve these communication issues with streaming, and it will make the system self-heal. But we also need to do fixes to the current system immediately, right, to get that working. So now we do have a crack team on this right now where we've significantly increased the size of the group that is looking at the current elevators issues, which we have absolutely.
See, I think that's where they've messed up, is not having that new system ready by the time server meshing was. And maybe that's because they couldn't actually get that new system working until server meshing worked in the live environment. And it kind of was a little bit of a delayed effect because of that. But they didn't refactor it in the first place because they knew they would need to after server meshing. And now that server meshing is here, they're still repairing the old one just to keep the game playable. Just another example of like making the game playable during all this time is still adding on to the time it takes to build the game.
Absolutely regressed on. And they're looking at adding the self-healing component I just talked about directly in the system. So I was happy to hear that we have now proper reproductions, or at least a couple of cases where the gateways are basically becoming defunct. And so you call the elevator and it never shows up, right? That's the number one case that we see at the moment. Or the other one is a lift shows up, you press a button and it doesn't move, right? So that's when the transit manager's lost this carriage, or the gateway is no longer usable. And so now we have those reproductions, and they're not just happening at to players. Now we have an actual case where we're able to actually go down and we've seen what actually is going on. So we can put the self-healing things I just talked about to fix it.
So in the past, when we've talked about some of these issues and why they haven't been fixed or whatever, it's because we've had this aversion to doing double work.
Yeah.
We don't want to work on a Band-Aid when we know the long-term solution is ripping the whole damn thing out and replacing it with something else.
Try to do minimal change on the existing and say.
What you just described, though, is doing both, though. So at present, I just want to confirm this here. At present, some amount of persons are working on writing a brand new transit system built for the server meshing reality.
Correct.
And all this stuff.
Yes.
But at the same, that's going to take X number of months to do. Not wanting to wait for that because
we need to fix.
You need to fix now. Right. There's also another group of people focused on a short term.
Dude, that fucks them, man. We've just been like working towards server meshing this whole time, and so like this transit refactor is at least 6 months out, right? That's a big bad news drop.
Self-healing fix to the current system that may not fix everything, but will dramatically improve it, is our hope.
Yes. Well, we want it to function the way it should function, which is all the time, like reliable, right? Now, it might mean, because we are still going to have the issue of the streaming out and some error handling, that it might take longer for a lift to arrive in certain cases, but it will arrive. and it will
Because it'll have that error checking, it'll have that self-healing.
Correct.
So the idea is that it won't just not show up.
Right.
You won't just fall through it. You may wait twice as much as you were used to.
in those cases.
but then it will show up.
Correct.
Well, that would be something. At least for the short term.
Yes.
That would be something.
I would love to hear more context about the process of the server of the transit refactor, how it started, the problems that they ran into, how the setbacks, that kind of thing. Because I am also curious. I'm like, when did the transit refactor start? Was it when server meshing started working? Was it when server meshing hit the preview? Was it when server meshing hit the PTU? Like, what was the catalyst to get that working, and has that been a struggle up until now? Maybe he'll get into that here.
Yeah.
Okay, and that helps me explain why we're doing both.
Right. No, because we need to
why we're
fix
doing
it
short-term
right now.
fixes and
Exactly.
long-term. Okay, that makes more sense to me. Somebody asked, do the elevators in Squadron 42 work?
They use the same system, but the streaming bubbles in Squadron 42 are a lot higher, so they will get stay streamed.
Single player, yeah. And then many people are like, just build stairs. Like, who knows? Maybe we can convince Ian and Nix will be all stairs.
Yeah.
No.
Or ladders, maybe. Yeah. I don't know.
Was that what you were getting, that the server side, the object container streaming broke it? But that was the problem they've always had, though, is that going between object containers. You remember when they did object container streaming, and the trams were one of the big things that they had to wait to be able to do in Lorville?
Hangars.
Yeah.
Hangars.
The new enemy hangars, yeah.
Failing to spawn ships correctly. Platforms getting stuck. Ships being destroyed while they're stored.
Yeah.
I saw that one. I'm like, what?
That's rude.
Like, or hangars being assigned incorrectly. One by where do you want to start?
All right, I got to come clean first. On the ships being destroyed when stowed, that was 100% me. So we were looking at some...
Hold on, look right in the camera.
Yes.
It was you, Benoit.
Yes.
I'm going to make a thumbnail out of that face,
that
Benoit.
was a back-end change that...
Oh my God, I'm so going to use this for a thumbnail later this year or something.
Yes.
It was you, Benoit.
I'm just going to have right here, it's just going to say pain in big letters here.
Yes. So that was a back-end change that we did to try to alleviate some of the load that we were seeing on some areas. And one of those side effects that was unplanned was that the location ID of ships weren't being updated when they changed. And so the way the ASOP terminal, again, moving sans, right, does its reconciliation, which shows you what's available for you, it actually uses the location as the key element to know if a ship is actually, available. Not only is it stowed, but it needs to be in the right location. Now, this change that I had made for optimization did cause, for a couple of days, the issue where the locations weren't updated, and so all your ships that were stowed in lower locations would show as destroyed. But they were there, but they would show as destroyed.
That was you, Benoit. I saw many people say that you have no idea what you're doing online. You better watch yourself.
And so, yeah, I'm gonna take the blame for that one. That was me.
Is this like if a branch falls in a forest and nobody can hear it? Does it really? The ship's not technically destroyed, but if it reports destroyed and you can't call it because it reports destroyed, isn't it destroyed?
Yes,
even if it's not destroyed.
Yeah.
What's their back end written in? I know they were working on their economy in C#, I believe.
It's destroyed.
I don't know.
Resolve that one.
Yeah, that one's resolved.
Okay, so let's get back. So let's talk about failing to spawn ships correctly, platforms getting stuck.
Right. So let's talk about hangars first. Right?
Okay.
So,
Python.
I mean, people that play more on the PTU know how the system works, but it's actually a bit special in that, first of all, the hangars are instance. So they're instance on your shard. You have access to your hangar based on, your ownership of it. But all the hangars on a given ATC gateway, so these are the actual hangar doors on the stations, right, are all stacked on top of each other, right? So that's why there's been bugs in the past during the PTU cycles for 4.0 where
you can
you
hear
would
somebody
oh
else's
yeah, that bug took a while to fix.
Yeah,
because
that
it
was
required
painful.
technology change.
Not only were we stacking on top of each other's, but like the freaking sound effects in the hangars were so loud.
But that was also crazy. Like the sound was just, incredible. And so what that means is that when you're in the station and you want to go to your hangar, you have two options. One of them is use the lift. Now we just talked about the lift, right? When you call the lift, it will actually unstow your hangar, create your hangar, and then give you permission to go there.
That makes sense.
Right the moment you hit that button. So there's a lot of things that need to happen in write suggestions. Then you enter your hangar. There's render culling that comes into play that will make sure that you only see your hangar, even though everybody's on top of each other. That physics only affect you, right? So they're all stacked. Now, one of the big problems that we're dealing with right now, and we've been diving into it for a while, is that the ship elevator, has a couple of issues, right? I've seen, an Avenger rising from the grave through it. I've seen, ships spawning on top of each other, and so there's two problems behind it. The first one is that the platform itself is it's moved, right? It's not a physical movement, so it's not physics driving the movement.
Thank you for the bits, Mav.
It's physics enabled. That is a recipe for disaster. Correct. When you see flapping like that, it's like the combination of things, right? And so, so we're currently like discussing a solution because there are limitations that the way it's made is the way that they were limited to make it, but we need to fix it. So it's either both elements are statically moved or they're both physically driven. You can't have this combination. That's what causes all these things. So that's why sometimes server FPS is good, performance is good, all your ships are going to go up, that platform, everything's great. And some other times, half the ships is in the platform, and that's an issue. So currently we're rechanging the layout and the setup of the hangars to set this up properly so that it never happens again. The unstow issue is actually
so that's just like a bug
at the moment. A
bug that came in on the system and didn't get found out in the QA process.
Where in the timing of how when you leave your hangar, we need to stow back this hangar, right? Because if you go to another shard, we want you to have access to your hangar. The timing of this, if there's a ship on the pad when you leave, there's a possibility in the timing where the ship will be stowed with the hangar instead of being stowed on its own, and then the hangar is clean. And that condition is not properly detected when you unstow the hangar again. And so in the cases where, for you as a player, you're not going to see a difference in that you leave with the hangar on the ship on the pad, you leave your hangar, you come back on another shard, and you just go to your hangar, your ship's going to be on it. But if you call a ship from the station, and the ship was carried with your hangar up and down, then the ATC is not going to know that there's a ship on the pad, and he will attempt to spawn it there, and that's where crazy happens.
Yikes, dude.
And so currently we're looking at that complete cycle to make sure.
Dude, I want to hear about bugs until I hear about them, and then I'm like, I don't want to know about that. And I don't think I'm alone there. I think a lot of people are like, tell us the bugs then. Tell us the bugs that are causing the problems. And you hear them, and you're just like, no, I don't want to.
Like the timing is correct. And there's also
I actually, just to be clear, that was a joke. I actually do really appreciate hearing these.
A couple of other issues related to this. Some corruption of data can happen in that case. And so we have an entire team dedicated to the hangars right now, just making sure these issues get solved because they're affecting everybody. I'm happy to report, though, that one other issue that we had with the hangars got solved related to how you exit the hangar. So
usually in a ball of flaming wreckage.
Well, or after 25 minutes of queuing where the system tells you, hey, in 100 seconds, you'll be able to leave. Right? And so
100 seconds.
So we did hotfix a change to the way that what I call the hangar queues are managed, right? So again, the ATC manages the queues. It's managing how you exit your hangar, which doors open, stuff like that. And at concurrency, so when a lot of players are in the same location, leaving and entering, this queue and those timers would get completely out of whack. And so it would either grant too much time to someone to leave or enter, we're talking 10x the time, or give you literally 3 seconds to leave. And then players would get stuck in the doors, where the doors would go, and then would try to squeeze in it, the doors would squeeze them out. And then, the rest is a little bit of a party. So we hopefully have something on live already alleviating this, but we're still tracking to confirm it completely that it doesn't happen again.
For the folks that are still in the chat saying, please just give us staircases, the hangars are instanced. The stairs would just still go to, the elevator is a portal between the real world and your instance world. Even if you spent 5 minutes going up and down stairs, you would still have to hit a portal where you have to queue and push a button and it makes a portal for your thing. It's the same thing. An elevator is just the mechanism Stairs don't solve it, unfortunately.
See, what Star Citizen players don't understand is if CIG built stairs for us, those would still kill us. So, like, just let them fix what they've already got.
Hard work of developers and engineers solve it. What's the obstruction tuning and stuff? I saw. I've seen images internally of the elevator won't go down, and then Brett or somebody on player experience or whatever will jump in and go under the thing, and they'll see a dragonfly stuck under the elevator that stops it from going down.
And so the problem we talked about physicalization of the platform is definitely related, because then the obstruction code that will, you can't bring down the ship elevator because there's obstruction, initially was like, if there's like a speckle of dust under that platform, it's not going to move, right? Which was, let's just say, a bit
too aggressive.
Way too aggressive. And so I think at this point we're doing cleanup to just try to stow back. If one of your ship goes on the platform, we'll deal with it and stow it back. But it still needs work to make sure that, even if, I remember one of the early 4.0 preview bugs was like the water bottle would clip through the platform and then would prevent the hangar from functioning completely. And so now we're trying to, again, in the interest of self-healing for these systems, right? It's about, let's not just work at preventing the condition, let's also work at what if it happens anyway, right? We need to do aggressive cleanup to keep the system working. Like the hangars, the elevators, the hangar doors, the ATC systems are all part, in my mind, of what I call the traversal of the game, right? And bugs that affect the traversal of the game, that prevent you from going to your ship and leaving, or entering and refueling, they are of the utmost priority, right? They have to be solved, because if that doesn't work, then the game doesn't work. They're critical.
And lastly, I'm looking at this JIRA for the hangars being assigned incorrectly. Location ID, it's got your name on it.
Well, I've been investigating that one.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
You're not responsible.
I'm not responsible for it yet, until proven otherwise. But in this case, it seems that there's a condition where you can have more than one hangar in a location of the same size, which should not happen. And when the system gets in this state, it might pick one or the other, which can lead to you not having a hangar at all. So that's the thing that we're trying to find out how it actually happens.
Yeah, I've had that.
Second batch of hangar issues.
Sure.
There's a lot.
Yeah.
Hangar lifts that clip players' ships and destroy them. Doors not opening and closing correctly. Losing your personal hangar completely. And I have the overlapping with the physical audio. We've covered that one. Yep. So hangar lifts that just clip the little tiny corner of my spaceship and make it go explode.
Sure.
What's physicalized there, Benoit?
Well, so I was going to touch a bit on ship cleanup, and not necessarily ship cleanup, but density cleanup in general. We talked about the physics events, right, in the past, earlier in the show, right? So the physics events are a godsend for the server performance, because we evict all these debris that are causing intersections, slowing down physics. And so that's one of the reasons why we've been able to get performance of the servers up in general. Now, one of those components, well, the same system, is actually responsible for a ping below that shows up on a ship and will just pop it, right? And so that's part of how we try to resolve the physics intersection for ships, right? And the way it works right now is that it has a smoothed number of frames where if the physics engine is like heavy intersection, at some point.
Mikarono in YouTube chat just gifted 10 memberships to the good folks of the Garden Live here. Bless you, Mrs. Tomato. Thank you, my friend, for doing that, for getting the folks. Just a shout out to everybody. If you did get a membership on YouTube, I just want to make sure everyone knows, because it's always somebody's first show, right? We do timed exclusive videos on YouTube for anybody who's supporting us, just as a thank you. Those come out anywhere from 6 to so and so months later for everybody else publicly, but they're my more opinionated takes. They generally focus more on the history of the development of Star Citizen and the difficulties it faces and some of the big things they might do in the future. I've got one coming out probably today or tomorrow that's going to be all about, depending on how much Civ we play, that's going to be all about Star Citizen as they present it to us now and the promise that they gave us 12 years ago. And it's just like a full-on 15-minute comparison of that. I hope you guys are interested in it. If you just became a member, good timing.
People go like, okay, like something needs to happen. the way we handle that event is still a bit too aggressive right now. And so in some cases, it triggers a heavy intersection and will pop out the ship. But we don't want this to happen to attended vehicles ever. And so we're working right now at adjusting that flow so that only unattended vehicles in full intersection for a very long number of frames are cleaned up. So right now it's a bit too aggressive for this part. But the distinct glow, pink glow, is we added that to make sure we could identify those problems which we expected would kind of happen until we tuned the system properly.
Sorry, one more shout out. Tyrus Rex just updated his membership on YouTube, and I don't understand why has nobody spawned the Tyrus sound yet. But good to see you, Tyrus. Yeah, that's true. You can't spawn it from YouTube. Good to see you, my dude. Join GII, creator of Join GII. Thanks for dropping by, man.
We are at 2 hours.
There he is.
Wow.
I want to keep going.
Yeah, let's go.
Pete, Dave, Lauren.
Hope you're having a good week,
okay?
my dude.
Honestly,
everything
I'm
you
not
heard
even
about
joking.
Civ 7 is
Just leave
disappointing.
the camera switched on Benoit. Yeah. Nobody needs to see this face anymore. Just leave the camera switched on Benoit.
I've loved it so far.
Are you cool? Okay, but seriously, if you do have to go, do it. Just wave and be like, it's on Benoit.
There we go. Tyrus. That's what I like to see, folks. Keep them coming. Keep them coming. Let's go. We need to know, who is Tyrus?
Issues.
Right.
Items are disappearing from inventories, ships, and storage containers. This includes bought items, looted items, mission cargo. What's causing this? What are we doing to resolve it?
Well, so on the inventory system, right, there's, or I should say on the item system. So the way the entities are tracked, their entities have entity classes that define what they are, right? And there are, I want to say, tags or configurations we can attach to entities for things that we want to automatically clean up, right? Again, we're back on cleanup, right, because it's important. So, for example, AI, characters will have what we call an auto stow or auto bury policy. Auto stow will bring something back to an inventory after certain conditions are met. Auto bury will destroy an entity if certain conditions are met, right, automatically. So that's our ability. That gives us our ability to go, this thing is good, let's say for 12 hours, and after that, we can get rid of it. This is true for like debris or things we spawn on the side or things like that. And so a lot of people have reported losing items, for example, from CZs that were acquired in CZs. Mm-hmm. That's, at that point, it wasn't even a system issue. It was really, those items were flagged to auto-destroy, basically. And so some players looted armor and were like, started using those armors. And then when the conditions met for the auto-bury, those items disappeared, right? I almost lost this one. And so that was a bad setup, right? And so now I know that a lot of those items have been retagged, right? And so the auto policy will not apply to them, or not if they're attended. Again, it's all about, making sure that the right tags are on them. So that explains some of the inventory things. There was one I was looking into with a player actually recently where when you read your inventory, there's caching going on, right? And when your inventory changes, that cache is supposed to be expired. In certain locations, for some reason, that cache, like especially in CZs, was causing some problems. So opening your inventory in the CZs would be empty, and then you open it again, and then you store something in it, and now other items show up. That's
just exhausting, the inventory problems.
The issue of the cache. So we're actually revamping the query cache right now for these elements to make sure it's always consistently updated. Your stuff is there. It just
can't show.
It's cache as nothing. Yeah, exactly.
With long-term persistence, it seems like it seems like there's always some level of something disappearing. Every patch.
Something's always broken.
What's going on here?
So LTP is a fairly complicated system, right? But if I can simplify it as much as I can, when you stow something in an inventory, and we take that item and we process it. So let's take a easy example. Let's say a single gun. You have P4. You have a P4. You put in an inventory that you own. A record is created for it's an ownership record that says this player owns a P4, right? Now these records we write to all the time. If you unstow that gun, meaning you put it in your hands, right? We destroy that record because now it's in play. So you play with the gun and then you stow it back. That recreates the record. So these records should always represent what you've got in your inventory that you own. Now, where it gets complicated is that these things can be hierarchies, that contain items that then need to be processed. And so we don't persist everything to LTP. Only a select set of entity classes that designers control will go into LTP. For example, ships is a good example, things like that. Now, when we stow a ship, we look at its entire hierarchy, and there might be things attached or loosely left in the ship that are LTP.
On the list.
Correct, and now they have to be added in. So the also with LTP, there's also sometimes perception issues that things should persist, right? Like for example, a classic case is a ship left in the shard between patches, right? You're flying your ship in 324 and we release 4.0. If you leave the ship there in the shard, right, you don't have an ownership record for it, right? The ship needs to be stowed in order to be there when we recover it. But we do think that there are still issues with some of the recording events in cases where ships are claimed, because at that point, when you join into the next patch, let's say you have a ship you bought with UC and you store it at a location. That ship actually, its recorded ID comes from your long-term persistent record of that ship. And in the case where you claim that ship again, we think that there might be some cases where the inventory, the record data doesn't follow, and so the LTP record is not recreated. And that could be a source of some of the lost ships in the LTP data. But overall, we're not happy at all with that solution in general. And a bit like you were talking about transit, we want to do a two-pronged approach on this. One of them is we want to find the cases that are left in the current system that don't behave the way we want them, but we're also putting significant effort at a different system for this, which is that we don't want to have to wipe the database at all. So we want to be able to keep your inventories intact between patches and have a forward compatible model where we can actually keep all this data there the way it is, and then
like checking
migrate
a file from Perforce. You're not destroying it. You're
Correct.
copying it out. Nobody else can write to it. Nobody else can mess with it.
That's right.
It's yours.
Yeah.
And then when you stop it, it goes back. It goes back in. So it's not a non-destructive.
Yeah. And so,
checkout system.
And so our goal with this is that's a fairly large endeavor. I mean, like, we're not going to fix it in a second, right? We're going to still hot patch the current system to make sure that the cases that we've seen are fixed. But the longer term fix is to make sure we only persist the data that's going to be compatible. So differentiate between the serialized variables on entities that are important to a ship from those that are runtime only. That's a big difference. So those will be stored in the global database, and between patches our goal is to just keep that database like this. So there's no, we're getting records back from a thing that has been recording for 3 months. It's like, no, it's the exact same inventory that you have on the live patch and the new patch. So there's no loss at all, right? So that's our target for this new LTP solution.
And those are obvious. Those are bugs and inefficiencies and stuff. There's still always been this. There's been this existing problem. I think it's been here since I've been here, but I think it's really started to really gain steam in like 2017, 2018, and it's been forever. It's this unique item recovery.
Sure.
I'm pretty sure there was even a thread today that reached the top of one of those channels where it's just like,
this has been like one of the more contentious things, honestly, in a big part because they kind of initially said this was coming with the Hangar update and the inventory kiosks, and then it did not.
You know, we get all these cool things. You get cool things packaged in with your pledge purchases or whatnot, and then you're too afraid to wear them. You're too afraid to use them because you fall through one planet. You fall through one lousy planet, sure, and you lose it forever.
My red P8.
We're not going to go into it here because there's another show dedicated to it, but that is absolutely prioritized this year. It's prioritized in a way that I've never seen it prioritized. The talk is stopped and the work is starting.
That means it's prioritized in a way that was not like 2023, which was prioritized in a way that was not like 2022, which was prioritized unlike 2020. And 2024, don't get me started, that was completely unprioritized, unlike 2023. Sorry, I'm a little salty about this one because we just keep getting told it's prioritized. And I don't mind it that much. I'm not that big a stickler for needing my specific items in game. I just pick whatever the heck I can come across. But it is incredibly frustrating to just be able to lose things that you bought with real money and not be able to get them back for who knows how long, depending on how the persistence is working at that time.
Got a signed off design, and people are on it right now. And
I mean, the thing that speaks a little bit to also the change in mentality that we're trying to affect, which is tackling things like this, right, are not just bugs and quality issues, but also playability issues, right, that need to be addressed as well.
It's going to be a 3-tiered solution. Again, we'll have a show where we go through it all. I'm filming with Declan next week on it's like this. There'll be a short term that'll help a lot. There'll be a long term that'll help even more, and then the super long term is crafting, and basically you just you get blueprint for everything. You can just make your own, and it's like that, so you never ever have to worry about. So
sounds like the transit refactor. Honestly, they're gonna make something that fixes the problems we have right now. Probably some easy band-aid way to get the stuff back that we need to, which is what players want. That's exactly what players want. And then they'll have something that'll probably work kind of like an in-game system with some kind of kiosk or something, and then they'll have the crafting version of it. I think it's what players want, but it's gonna be slow to happen, and it's probably gonna push back the actual function that we're supposed to have further.
Stage thing, but this first stage just got signed off, and it's in active development, and
You excited?
I joke, not a joke, I say it with all sincerity, that the same conversations the backers have, we have internally just 3 weeks earlier.
100%.
Been
I mean, sometimes
grinding our gears on this
sometimes it's scary,
for
right?
everything.
Sometimes it's scary.
So that to see actual movement on this right now is exciting.
Yep.
One last Hangar call out before we go. The aggressive ship despawning mechanic.
Yeah.
Sometimes ships are despawned while people are still inside them.
Yeah, that should not happen ever.
It's nice to hear it said out loud.
No, the system is supposed to be made that we have a passenger count on each of those ship entities, and if there's a passenger, even if he's not piloting, and even if it's not his ship, we should not be despawning those ships at all. And so that's definitely
Here,
on
here.
the lookout right now as to why it happens. I mean, there's a couple root causes. Unfortunately, for it just looks the same, right? Again, if you don't have the pink glow, right? The pink glow is the top.
Who you're looking at right now is the CTO of Cloud Imperium Games. This dude's the tech head, or one of the tech heads. He is very well versed on the back end. His teams helped build server meshing. They helped build Mighty Bridge, Hex Editor. I think the Odin interface. They probably helped with Subsumption and the Apollo editor as well. They've done a lot of the back end.
Tells it's physics, right? It's the physics detection, which we're going to ease up. If the ship just despawns out of midair, right? I've seen this happen with ATC. Sometimes has with the timer problem that we fixed before had an issue where it could despawn your ship mid-flight when you left, which was egregious. I think that one has been solved, but jury's still out. I want a proper confirmation on it. The one where your ship is considered unattended and you're still in it and it despawns is completely like that needs to be solved right, like hotfix right away.
Yeah, that's a wild bug.
Mission bugs.
Yeah.
Now we went through a refactor with 4.0 that reduced the mission options, hopefully temporarily, but we're still seeing a lot of the same issues that we saw before. Arriving at a location and having no AI spawn, mission objectives failing to register, and cargo disappearing upon completion. The fight for Pyro event going on right now is particularly affected, with many players unable to complete it, or various aspects of it due to bugs. Save stat in Chapter 1 was like walking through a minefield trying to figure out which parts worked and which parts didn't. The Net 402 has more mission stuff in the content. It's like, talk to me about missions.
Sure.
Please.
Yeah, missions.
Elliot, this one's for you. I gave you crap on the other one, but I'm doing this for you, man.
Okay.
Help us out.
So let's start at the beginning, right?
Okay.
What did we do in 4.0 for missions, right? So the way missions worked previously is that we had first one server with all the entities, all the 100 players playing on it. When you played missions, there was an invisible entity created on the server somewhere. The location doesn't matter, right? That would manage that mission, right? And the way the missions work, if you can picture it in your mind, is that there's a mission management module, and then when you reach certain locations, right, when you stream in that location, a mission module at that location is going to actually kick in and has its own logic for, like, if you're picking up a box, for example, let's say a box delivery mission, you get to that location, there's a mission module that pops up. Does the pickup logic. When you on pickup, it's like, oh, you need to go to this other one. Then there's another mission module at that location. Now that's the way, and then if I add global events on top of that, there's a global events manager on top of that. That was like a global thing on the server. Now, I've said global multiple times here. Every single one I said, every single time I said global is not compatible with server meshing because we don't have a global entity setup, right? And so what needed to happen is a fairly large engineering task. I hate that we just said refactor, that we branded this as refactor, because it's really a new core mission system behind the scenes, which is completely outside of the game servers and does the orchestration of what a mission is, right? And the global flow of a mission. Hey, you have
This is
something.
another one of those times when it comes up why they didn't want to make a mission system over the last 4 years when we've been asking, because once server meshing came in, they had to make a new one anyways. Time, thank you for the membership on YouTube, buddy. Appreciate you. Hope you're enjoying.
Thing to complete. There are phases, objectives, there's state tracking, there's requirements, and rewards, right? And so the mission system is what we call it. There's no longer a mission entity that's hold on the server that just manages the whole thing. They all communicate to the mission system that then ticks the logic of the mission forward. Even though all these mission modules, written by the Kid Rock of Mission, can do all kinds of fun things, at each of the different locations. So the fundamental work was to make sure that the mission system was functional in server meshing. That was really the part of the gameplay element that was completely incompatible with server meshing. Another piece that we needed to solve in the build for 4.0 and as part of the mission system is how markers work. And so markers are always a big issue. Have always been a big issue in Star Citizen since the very beginning. And with server meshing, these became even more problematic. So, let me state the problem. You're on a Pyro game server and I'm on a Stanton game server, but I add you to my party. Now I want a party marker on you, right? My game server doesn't even have your star system loaded. Like, it doesn't even know what's going on, right? And so for that, we needed a piece of technology that would allow the streaming system to stream your entity marker on my server so I could actually see your position changing. And so we've built all of this in place, but that's a fundamental change to how markers work. And now I'm going to dive into why do we have that many bugs behind it.
It's almost like we need a replication layer for the mission system itself.
Almost, right?
Another
for
replication
things
layer.
that are tracking objectives across systems, things like that, right? And so the way we call those things, like the markers, are independently streamable entities, blah, 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 which basically allows us to have a marker on an entity that's anywhere in the server mesh. Now that system works, right? It's in place. It's been fairly reliable, but that touches on all the markers in the game, and so a lot of issues came up for that. And one of the things that we have not tackled with the refactor is how missions are built. And to Elliot's credit, right? I think that
We're using Elliot's name, but there's
I'm using him. There's
James,
James. There's
Lars,
Nick, all these guys. But so the credit to all these guys, right? We have not provided this team with the right tools to build compelling missions.
Dude. That kind of seems like the story of Star Citizen overall compared to Squadron 42, that the people working on Star Citizen haven't had the tools they've needed to do that stuff. But it's not like, it's nice to hear him say that. That's what I said in my video towards the beginning of last month, that the teams working on this stuff that we want in Star Citizen have not had the resources they need to do the stuff they actually want to. And because they've just been so focused on either the engine or Squadron 42. So these content teams like the mission folks have been doing what they can, but they have limited resources, which is why I think it is worth noting that there's a difference between doing global events and doing missions to play just year round. People literally told me that I hate Star Citizen for pointing that out in a video last, I think it might have been September or something. But they had resources and they had to pick and choose where they went. And the mission team was one of those teams that I think suffered a lot because of that.
They are dealing with an archaic scripting system that dates back to a previous era. That
Subsumption.
we are just about to finish modernizing by replacing.
Apollo. We go over this every month. You guys know that.
To give these guys modern tools and modern approaches. And so going back to markers, the markers are completely managed by game designers and set and removed and displaced and whatever. And that makes for very complicated systems and logic that's not very robust. And so that's why even with a robust marker system, because the markers are managed a bit ad hoc in mission scripts, it makes it really complicated to follow. Like I remember distinctly when we did the golden ticket event, which that was the whole mission, was like, there's a marker on the ticket, right? Well now, the holder puts the ticket on his core armor. Now am I tracking the core armor? And then, how does that work? And so, and the mission logic had to manage all these cases. And so now that we've kind of finished the foundation for making the mission system function in server mesh, and we're going to obviously keep iterating on making it robust in this setting and fixing the missions to make sure that they also leverage the system properly, bringing back the missions that are missing, but also improving the ones that are there so that they're even more robust, right? We have started the engineering work with the new StarScript Foundation to rethink how missions are made from the get-go, to give Elliot, Nick, James, and all these mission designers the right tools so that they're not bogged down with details. If you saw the way they make missions now, it's like involved, right? And we want to make sure that these guys focus on the flow and not on the functionality they have to build so that programmers can support that content. So when we're talking about this change of focus, we're saying, we're going to deprioritize features. We're also going to prioritize features for content as well, right? So that they can make content that's fun and reliable, so that missions that have been notoriously problematic or events that have been notoriously problematic become fun and reliable, right? And that's what we really want to do for the mission part.
All right. That's going to be incredibly important.
Yes.
The mission stuff, especially for this year, this idea that of a narratively driven, content driven year, if we're not providing 8 to 10 sexy new features every single patch, when we're now providing
sexy features,
places to go and things to do instead, connected to this narrative. Again, we'll talk more about the narrative on next week's ISC. Having that mission system seems like one of the larger, if I were in charge of the priorities, it seems like one of the larger ones. But we actually have some conversation about how you can affect that priority thing at the end of the show. Don't let me forget. Quantum drive.
Yeah.
Quantum travel.
The bug that keeps on giving.
There's a lot of starting and stopping.
We love quantum,
a lot of
though.
repeating the same actions over and over to get something to work. And a lingering issue of fuel states not syncing between meshes or simply vanishing altogether. Where's my quantum fuel, Benoit? And of course, some ships themselves disappear during quantum travel.
Right. A rarer case, but possible.
Do we have our own Bermuda Triangle? What's going on?
Well, yeah, Jens did add some notes here and said, if you find the Bermuda Triangle, please report it on IC. So quantum has been, since the very beginning, we put the first meshing test in place. That was the first thing, right? It's like, quantum stops when I cross a server boundary. That's what happens, right? Still. So the same symptom has been, again, triggered by multiple, issues.
You find 5 causes, the 6th one shows up.
Correct, exactly. And the latest ones are related to the resource container. So again, I don't want to dive too deep on this, but like entities have classes that define what they are, and they have components.
Okay, that was weird. Sorry about that.
Define their functionality. So like, if I have a box with a health component, then the health component manages its health, its damage, and its destruction, right? So the entire game is made like this, with components that define things. And so the quantum drive is made up of multiple components, and these components need to deal with the change of authority when we cross a server boundary. And so there's a lot of entities intertwined for quantum drive to function. Fuel, resource container, and quantum drive. And we've been fixing issues with this transition on these entities nonstop since the beginning, because there would be a fix, then it would work for 2 patches, then a change to how we deal with chum points would come in, and then re-break it, right? And so we are in deep regression on a lot of things, right? And so to solve that, we need a lot more focus on validating the issues. It's like, we fixed this. Okay, let me try transition 1, 2, 3, 4. Like more, I don't want to say more QA, but more QA. We need a lot more QA to validate the fixes.
Hi, that's us.
We're in the home stretch. How you guys doing?
Still
Again,
here. Cool.
If you need to leave, just, Pete, I'll drive the microphones back to you tomorrow. If you guys need to take off. So a little behind the scenes here. I write a doc and all the things I want to hit and stuff like this, and I make myself little notes about things I want to remember that I hit.
Put some red
This
stuff.
one just says prisons. I'm tired. What's going on?
Prisons
That's
hurt.
all I wrote for this. Prisons. I'm tired.
What's going on? So prisons is, and I've learned about this in inquiring a bit about the mission, the prison bug, right? Is actually a mission, and it's a very old mission.
Yeah.
Right. So it's a mission module that runs the prison logic. And so for those, I'm sure everybody's familiar, but for those who are not, for some reason, there's a bug that lasted through preview and at the beginning of 4.0, I think, or it was fixed just before that, where if you were a criminal and you got caught and you ended up in Clutcher,
You got what you deserved.
I don't know, but you could try the prison escape, which didn't work because the mission logic that drives the prison escape is tied to this, and so the codes weren't outputting correctly. The logic was basically made for the old mission system. It was not ported. That's part of the refactor, and so it basically depended on when you get to that location to give you a new mission instance for your prison experience, which the new system requires that these modules are persistent and stay there, which accumulate the logic change. And so the logic becomes desynchronized with the state of the mission. So what that did is that you would literally do your time, either use smuggled in Adonite from somebody else or mine it, pay your due, and then the elevator would look forward to the front, to the prisoner who's paid us, blah, blah, blah. And then you would press the elevator. Again, elevators are back. Press the elevator to leave. And then it would never detect that the action area that you're leaving is actually triggering, which triggered the, leave prison logic, right? And so the guys have done a hotfix for this in preview, actually at the end of the preview, I think, where they've moved the logic for this leave prison flow to the actual law component that's on your character. And so now we're guaranteed that no matter how weird this flow would get, it's actually going to be reliable.
You just said we guarantee it's going to be reliable. We are 2 hours and 30 minutes into it. You just used the phrase, it's guaranteed
All right,
to be reliable?
Let me rewind. It should be a lot more reliable because your player's always streamed in. So I have a fairly good confidence on this fix, as long as the elevator works.
That's a big caveat, Benoit. As long as the elevator we could sit here for another 2.5 hours and say all kinds of grand things and just be like, as long as the elevator works.
Maybe we'll put some stairs in prison. In fact, there are, but you need the prison escape code to get them.
The stairs are just going to kill you too.
Like 4 more topics, we're done. Mining.
Yeah.
Sometimes minables are taking up to an hour to fully load in, making them rather impossible to mine.
Yeah. Mining has been actually a dreaded gameplay loop in 4.0.
Talk about the missions. Tell us about mining missions. Come on.
One of the reasons when we did the evaluation, whether 324 or 4.0 preview, whatever, we did take a look at mining. Like, is mining functional? Is mining in the prospector functional? Is mining in the mole functional? Is mining on the rock functional? Is hand mining functional?
Mining on the rock has never been functional.
It actually was intermittent in the first report, but
I hate the rock DS.
Who doesn't?
We've identified what we think is causing this delay. It's basically the conversion from the render node object, because the mining and harvestables are always in large quantities, right? They could be a very large performance hog, and so they're highly virtualized. And so there's a conversion from render node to entity that is, for some reason, very slow. And so we're diving in to try to figure out what's going on, but that's what's happening. So that's why it takes time for them to show up properly.
There's nothing wrong with the Rock DS, people, just with the people who like it.
Yeah, nothing at all.
I'm officially tired. The views and opinions of Jared Huckabee do not represent those of Cloud Imperium Games, Robert Space Industries, or its subsidiaries.
Hey, we didn't talk about the mission reduce strict rep gates.
The what?
The reduce strict mission sharing has also been reduced with new strict rep gates.
I just thought that sucked. I didn't think you had an answer for it.
Yes, let's talk about that. Oh,
I went to the people.
You screwed up mission sharing and the payouts, and it's miserable and it's terrible.
Did you hear that? What a good line to
Rep
say.
gates is one stop.
I just thought that sucked. I didn't think you had an answer for it.
No, I got an answer for it. I went to the people.
You screwed up
I went to the people, the populist CTO.
Sharing and the payouts, and it's miserable and it's terrible now.
Also, there was a bug that caused everybody in a given mission to get the reward for the missions, right? So that means if a mission payout was 10K, then everybody would get 10K, everybody participating.
It was amazing.
Well, so
I loved him in that.
So the funny bit is I talked to Rich Tyler about it, and he's like, I couldn't catch it before they fixed it. That's what I want. And so ultimately, it wasn't exactly what we wanted, but that's the direction we want to go in. We want to encourage you guys to play together. And so having those rewards divided is kind of a counterpoint, right? To get people to play together. Like, why would I group with you if I'm going to get half the payout, right? And so the thing is, like, the system doesn't work the way we want it to do. So the fix did go through, right? Because it was an easy fix and we had the right persons in place to do it. But that's not where we want this to be. We do want to improve that part.
This is like a really deep topic because you start to get into how they want the game to function. This simple change can define entirely how this game functions. You could want a situation in which if you take a hauling contract, let's say 10 years from now, you take a hauling contract, a company wants you to transport 2,000 SCU of titanium from Stanton to Ellis. You go and you buy the titanium and you get the contract. Nobody else does. Rather than sharing that contract with people, no, actually, you find somebody to haul the goods. Like, you bought it, you were the trader, but you don't have the ship. So you find someone to haul it. You share the contract to them. They're now added on to it, and they have some responsibility there. If it doesn't split the load that you would get for selling that 2,000 titanium wherever it is you went, then the person would be happy to do that. But if it did split it, then you would be encouraged to collaborate without sharing the contract, in which case CIG would need to have some way in which you could validate that a player is doing what you want to complete that contract, which means that you need to build in a lot more details that can catch edge cases of people stealing the cargo and not actually finishing the mission. How do you then track them down? How does the legal system handle that? And that all starts to come up just from like a simple change like this of, can you share contracts or not? And it's going to be interesting to see how they make it all work. I guess it'll tie into the ownership system. Mission owners need to be able to decide what percentage of the contract is shared. There's a lot of little details that go into a system like this that I have been very curious of how they were going to handle it. Yeah, cargo's contracted currently.
Yeah.
And talking about all the bugs that still need to be fixed.
Correct.
And the one bug we did fix was one we didn't want to fix.
I know, it's crazy, right? It's a train.
You know, I challenge you, whatever you think about the project or me or Benoit or the show, you've never seen an episode of any kind of dev communication like this from any other game developer. Nobody's ever been willing to sit in a chair for 2.5 hours plus and be grilled about all this.
Definitely not a C-level exec. I appreciate that he's going to take that time out of his day to sit down and actually answer some questions.
So, all right. Just two more or three more.
Yeah,
three
you're
more
talking
subjects,
about
three more subjects.
We got
sharing
mining.
missions.
Yeah.
What's the next one?
Vulcan.
Yeah.
And NVIDIA driver issues.
Oh boy.
So players who are using Vulcan with the latest NVIDIA drivers are reporting graphical artifacts and crashes. I know some of these crashes were seen from third-party softwares. What was that one that we found one guy who had like 40 instances of the same crash and it was all linked to this third-party thing he was using?
Oh, was that Reshade on this?
Was it Reshade? It was called something else. I can't remember. Overall, what can you tell us about what's happening with Vulcan and the NVIDIA drivers?
Well, so we're still investigating the cause, but for now, right, we think it's related to a specific driver version from NVIDIA related to the upgrades for the 5090 cards. So we're not quite sure exactly, but it is definitely, when you update your NVIDIA drivers, there are two drivers, one for Direct3D and one for Vulcan. It doesn't look like it, but there are two. And so we think that there's an issue related to the latest version of the driver for Vulcan specifically. And so you could downgrade your drivers and it probably solve the issue in the meantime, but we're still investigating to make sure it's completely not, related to this. But we've been investigating other games are also having the same issue. And so we're,
there was one or two drivers that go where I saw somebody that had glowing heads. All the character heads were glowing and stuff, and they were on Vulcan.
Sounds like a Halo 3 skull.
We don't think it's a third-party app in this case, though.
Yeah, no, that was just one instance we were chasing down. I was watching.
You do need to be careful with third-party apps that inject into the 3D pipeline for multiple reasons. One of them being that the ESC sandbox can catch it, but also because they can cause GPU crashes. So,
all right, the last two are about how we make these things better. Issue Council. So, Issue Council has bugs. Issue Council has some issues with it. Players are talking about the effectiveness and usability of the Issue Council. I've seen them expressing frustration with the dupe system and suggesting improvements to the reporting process. There is significant discussion about the difficulty of reporting recurring bugs that have previously been marked as fixed. Why is this happening, and how do we address this going forward?
Well,
these are the folks who are
so
trying to help us.
The first thing I would say is that the Issue Council at CIG is of extreme importance, right? Even though for players, if you don't feel like your issue is being actioned or that there's retroaction from the team, you can be certain that we have, especially Bayer's group is at the forefront of this, but Issue Council reports are significantly of high quality in general when they do pass the filters, of course, right? And so we use that data every day, right, to confirm issues. A lot of the issues we have on our famous directors list that I just talked about are not internal JIRAs. They're IC reports, right? And so that process is super key for us. It's a very difficult signal to noise ratio process though, because the level of effort put into reporting is not necessarily of smooth, like the quality range is large, is what I'm trying to say. Some reports are like game no work, others are like extremely filled with evidence, and those are the ones we want, obviously. We do want to improve the dupe system. So I've seen several backers on the ETF and elsewhere that are very active at calling out dupes. And for now, I think that their voice are kind of muddled by people saying, oh, I can reproduce, right? Instead of saying, oh, I confirmed this dupe, right? So we're actively looking at how we can improve that flow, because that's a major, like when we identify a duplicate, it's a major win, right? So when you contribute to the Issue Council, a new report is, depending on the issue, right, takes a lot of effort for it to reach us because you need to get reproductions on it. Reproducing another issue is a great contribution, but identifying a dupe is probably the best contribution you can make because that helps us a lot. And for now, that's not leveled enough. So we want to change the way the Issue Council works to make that a lot more at the forefront for sure. But the prioritization and the upvotes have historically been used, but in this new process, we're also trying to lean into this a lot more. And so the please fix hammer button, right, to upvote an issue, we're going to try to give it a voice and actually make some of the internal discussions we're having. I can share some thoughts if you guys are interested. Or even to
payout divide is fine, but the rep should go to everyone up to a limit. I could get behind that. As an idea, I think if anybody adds into an effort that ends up leading to a payout, those people should see some kind of reward for that, even if they didn't like accept a contract or something. Reputation would probably be the most important thing to transfer between them, though. Yeah. Sorry, just jumped in the middle of this.
Discussions we're having, I can share some thoughts if you guys are interested, or even to have community identified issues directly in the directors list, like make the community a director in this list.
There's also some amount of things being marked dupes that aren't dupes.
Sure.
So, it's people are moving fast. Some people think they've seen that before or whatever, or they think this is the same thing as that, but it's not. Right. It's just in the same ballpark or whatever. So there's also this thing that happens where things are getting marked dupe and they're not dupe, and that's right. I don't know how you battle that.
No, well, that's a balancing act, right? That's why for now I feel like the dupe markers are kind of more experienced, testers that are helping us, and but deduping, right, will happen typically when we actually intake a bug, right, from the community, and we're going to try to repro it internally. That's where we're like, oh, it's been marked as a dupe, but it actually is a new symptom, or it's the same case as another one or not.
Do you think there's some amount of, is it possible that there's some amount of semi-malicious intent there? People who are farming dupes or using bots or whatever, because as I know there are incentives for participation in the IC and stuff like this.
Right.
Obviously, we incentivize the use of the Issue Council because it was incredibly important to our to the way that we make the game. But any incentive,
sure,
tends to be weaponized in some way, shape, or form.
Right.
So have you seen evidence of this? Is this?
No, not so far, right? Not so far as to say like, oh yeah, there's this going on, right? The worst things that we've seen so far on IC would be things like brigading, a specific issue, right? And that's why also we've been kind of careful with rewards to the issue console. It's not because we don't want to reward players that are doing stuff there. Like we are doing some of them.
Don't want to
but we're
gamify
always
it too
trying
much.
to stay asynchronous, so that you can't go, oh, they're going to reward for this, so I'm going to go and create reports, or I'm going to create dupes, or I'm going to create whatever.
It's obviously you're the person who would know, and it's not that I don't believe it. What I've seen,
Sure.
and what I'm reading in chat right now. Would you commit to maybe taking a look at that and maybe seeing
Sure.
if
Yeah.
maybe it is being
Absolutely
manipulated?
Yeah, I can absolutely look at it.
Okay.
Especially if there's a sense that that's happening. Yeah.
Yep. Yes.
Solid. It's getting called out.
It's the best part about living in the UK.
Never had that. Actually.
Last.
I didn't know.
obviously
I didn't. I
obviously
honestly,
we're-
I didn't know that was being gamed by folks. Even if it's not, it's good to hear some call out that there will be. But are they going to let us know what they do find about that after checking?
Not covering every bug, every topic in
No.
the thing. It's,
Well,
we've
got a
more
couple
than
more hours.
We've done more than any human being in the world. David is. I've never seen this look on David's face before. Like David was a kind and jovial spirit,
and now he's like down.
and now he's like, like I'm gonna pay for this.
Yeah.
The error codes themselves,
Mm-hmm.
famously,
Yeah.
30K could mean 40 different things, 50 different things, 60 things. We have made progress. We've absolutely made progress. But even that 630
Yeah.
is that's not just one thing. There's multiple causes for even the 630 and stuff like this.
Of course.
Are there any initiatives in place to help this drive down? Anybody who's worked in IT, I worked in IT for 20 years before I came here. Everybody knows that the worst errors are the ones where you can't rely on the error code, and you're never going to get 100%. You're never going to get to a point where every single error code is just going to spell out to you everything that's exactly wrong with the thing. But I feel like there's still improvements we can make.
Absolutely.
We're not at that point where there's nothing more we can do.
No.
So what are we doing about it?
Well, so on error codes, the error codes, I'm gonna go and merge pop-ups into that.
Dude, what a
right?
what
Because,
a freaking topic that I would literally never think of. I guess maybe I would think of it after 10 days of considering what I might need for a project, because I did computer science at one point, but needing to have certain error codes for certain problems because those problems might happen requires you to know which problems might happen, which is kind of wild to think about. So, what a crappy job, in my opinion, to come up with error codes.
The error pop-ups date back to the very original start of the project. Like nobody's touched these things in forever, right? So the nicely misaligned cancel button is my favorite pet peeve, right?
Why haven't we fixed that button?
Well, we're fixing it. So we actually have a CL right now to change all these pop-ups to make them at least readable, and aligned, right? So we start with that. But
Basics.
No, you start with the elevators, then you fix the button.
so the error codes themselves, right? So there's already good categorization for issues. So every kind of 30,000 errors, 40,000 errors, 60,000 errors are all like families of errors. Unfortunately, over the years, we've added more systems, we've grown the infrastructure, and there's a lot more causes for exit or fatal errors than there are actual code assigned in those categories. And so what we're doing now is kind of seeing if we can surface more information. 30,009 is typically related to your character during login, but there's a million causes that could cause a 30,009, whether it's that shard can't outstall your player, or your player is missing a component, or, and we're trying to
Or you didn't buy a ship that week.
surface more of that so that there's more of these cases so that you can, as a player, know a bit more about it. Also, the wording for some of those errors are being revamped because, they're not always very clear. And we're trying to...
I want to do that shocked bird gif right now. Continue.
Correct. And so adding more details and more granularity to our error codes, changing the wording, making sure they're more effective at representing what they are, and eliminating a bunch of there's a couple cases where we fall to a default error code for kind of unknown conditions. That's what we need to flesh out, is like the unknown, what is the unknown condition? You know, try to surface more error codes from the other systems to get more of that information in place. So we need more clarity on that side, so that players like, oh, again a 19K error, what does that mean, right? Like I go in Spectrum a lot in the SC testing chat, and I see players going like,
you guys are literally talking about that during the chat today. It's always showing up in the SC chat.
what's to fix the 19K errors, right? And a 19K raw error is like your client can't talk to the backend service at all. So it's typically a client-side problem, firewall, machine connectivity, something like that. But the error message itself is really unclear, right? It's like, oh, we failed to log you in, right?
Yeah.
So, well, what can I do as a player to fix that?
It's like
right?
half of these error codes are just like, sorry, you're to like start over.
So we're trying to get a lot more clarity on these error messages. That's part of like the improvements of these things that have been plaguing us forever. These goddamn pop-ups are one of them.
I've had it to hear with these goddamn pop-ups.
Hey, you want a funny one? Like here's a funny one on these pop-ups, right? Because we're all complaining about them, but we lost those pop-ups during the 4.0 preview, right? Mm-hmm. Everybody was having a black screen. Everybody was complaining about a black screen.
Oh, right.
A black screen, right?
Wait,
well, what actually
wait, somebody, Jim, you just said this in chat, the black screen.
Happened is that someone that I shall not name, right? But a developer fixed another issue where when you die, we need to move the camera and move your character, and it looks like crap, right? So we didn't want to see that. And so the way to solve that was to fade out the game UI, including the pop-ups. That was it, you know? And so in this case, it was if you got disconnected, then the pop-up would go fade to black. Great.
I don't know. I feel like that's something that would get caught. No, it's always hard to judge in hindsight, because it could be a very, very small detail on the back end of your overall task, and maybe you just programmed that in without really considering the complications. But dang,
Serenity now.
All right. So we're here.
Yeah.
We're at the end.
yeah,
This was
kind
a
of
raw
stuff
game
can
dev.
slip.
Going forward, I touched on this about halfway
It
through.
was a long winter.
Going forward, with a focus on stability, performance, and content this year. This means less time available, fewer resources spent, and
So, because I know you work QA. From your perspective, if you were working QA on the project and something like that happened, you're saying you get crashes, but you got to jump through hoops to make your kits error code. So you're already not expecting error codes, so that kind of thing can sneak its way through because some people don't catch it. And it's just kind of like, I'm trying to put myself in the shoes of people working on a massive system across different countries and stuff. And the person who like literally coded that part in just kind of missed that. Most likely they have dedicated connections to their server, and so it won't disconnect. Yeah, maybe. That's a rough one. I mean, it's not like game breaking or anything, and I guess if the game is in a better state, that's the kind of thing that'll get hot patched out really quickly. It sucks though when it compounds with everything else. Here comes the rough part, Tyrus. Ooh. Going forward. Okay, yeah, let's see.
no patches dedicated specifically to new features. It's not that new features won't come out or they're not being worked on the background, just that instead of 10 or 15 people working on them, there's now a much smaller group, and the time, we're not going to time lock it into specific things. We're going to make good on the promise we made back with 3.0, quite honestly. Star Citizen has been this heavily feature-driven project in the past. Every 3 months or so, you know, a patch with a bunch of new features comes out that brings people back. They come in, they see the new features. It's this cycle that's existed for so many years, and we're stopping that now. and we're focusing on fixes and quality of life and all. No more. It's just from a marketing standpoint. These trailers where it's like this feature, this feature, this feature, this feature, this feature. Like those days are not here this year. That's not what this year is going to be about. So this thing I'm excited and I'm scared at the same moment, if I'm being completely honest, because we've never seen what a content-driven, stability-focused year of Star Citizen is like.
We haven't, and people have been asking for this for a long time. And let's be clear, the Star Citizen community is not a monotonous conglomerate. There's a lot of different opinions in this community. A lot of people do not want to see this. They want to see new features continue to get pushed in to an environment that can eventually be made stable. A lot of people want to see stability found so that features can slowly be added later through a more stable process. These have been competing ideals in Star Citizen for a long freaking time, and the former has been the more placated up until this point. So now they are going with the latter. But I think we'll listen to the rest of this, but this sounds like a pretty clear omission of defeat from CitizenCon 2023. Like the goal to get the stuff out in due time that they wanted to from that CitizenCon did not happen. And at this point, it's not going to happen at the pace that it was even last year. And that's a big freaking pill to swallow, I think, because that's important stuff. FPS scanning, better locomotion, control surfaces, engineering, downloadable maps, placeable markers. Like, these are not small features. I guess placeable markers was on the FPS stuff, but they are important. And even if the game does become very stable and very nice to use, you're still going to land in an outpost and not be able to scan the whole outpost to see where your objectives is or where your opponents are. It's still going to be you land at the outpost and you don't have all the features that you would hope are available to you. So we'll see how it goes. Let's listen to more what they have to say, though.
Going to be different. And like anything else with Star Citizen, it's going to change and evolve over the year, because somebody will have an idea in April and we'll tweak this, and somebody will have another idea in June and we'll tweak this. So all we know is that it's going to be different. It's going to be different, hopefully better, but it's not what we've done before. Do you think this is scary? And more importantly, why is now the time for the change?
Well, I think first of all, it is very scary, right? Because it's a change of how we've been doing things forever, right? Which is like a focus on transformational change to the game, and constant evolution. Whereas now we're focusing on hardening and playability and looking at, what players are doing in the game and going like, everybody's hitting this problem, like, and then it's not just the voice on the side is like, hey, we should fix this, right? It's like, no, we're fixing this. Like every director in the company is going to be on top duty for this, right? But what's scary is that, how did Jens frame this for us? He said that the stability and performance heightens hunger for new content and new features, right? And that's the part that's scary. That if we do achieve what we're set to achieve.
He's literally saying it. That's what he's saying there, is that they're going to focus on stability, but people are going to start to get mad. This is going to be really funny. We've spent a long time with people talking about how broken the game is. They're going to get to fixing stuff, and it's going to start to make people more hungry for an actual game to play, which is good for them. That means they can focus more on content after that, but it's also going to mean we're all going to look back ironically on the fact that we got feature development slowed down. Like you're saying, 12 years and they're still adding features. It's taken too long, but now it's going to be 15 years and they're still adding features. Like, this will inevitably slow down how features are being added, but it will make it so that people are more excited for those features because the game itself is just more fun to play.
Performance heightens hunger for new content and new features, right? And that's the part that's scary. That if we do achieve what we're set to achieve, we're going to need features as well, right? And
when we get to that point, then everybody's going to turn. It's like there's nothing to do now.
Yeah, you're not adding
it's a sushi
anything.
restaurant analogy, right?
Yeah.
But it just has to be done. And the reason why it's time to do this is because we all, like Chris said it in his letter, that's the part that resonated the most to me, is like, we all acknowledge that if the game that we have now functioned the way it's supposed to, it'd be a great game, right? And that's what we want. We want a great game, and we can build on, and pass a road to get us out of alpha, right? And that's why it's time now. That's why we're committing to this.
And if there's
they want those
one
early
thing-
access vibes. Want people to take it more seriously.
We've obviously spent a lot of time. We've obviously spent a lot of time here. Sorry, Pete. Took my hand off my face. Audio guys, just like stop talking into your hand. I'm tired. If there's one thing you want to make sure people take away from this today, the letter in December, all of the refocusing and restructuring that's going on now, and from this, admittedly, a lot of talk. The proof will be in the pudding over the next year.
Jared. He figured it out. You freaking dog, Jared. He got it. He was just teasing us.
Yep.
What do you want people to take away from today?
I mean, I think I want players to know that we know about the state of the game. We're not oblivious to it. We really care about making the work of our teams shine, and we're going to work our ass off to get this game stable and solid and to be the game that we want to be. I think it's about time we do that change.
Well, Spirit Wolf 655 in chat.
It's a bad time. I gotta get that. Who is it that's been Juke has been using all of our sound bites today? I gotta get that one from, what's his name? Is it Tyrus? Is that his name? Whoever it is, your secondhand man in the StarCraft 2 puts the helmet on the holster. Love StarCraft. The other SC
says pure BS.
All right.
Trying, guys. Benoit, thank you so much for taking your time to be here. Folks don't know this. There was the entire CTG team is here for the annual summit. There was a big celebratory party for launching server meshing and finally getting out the door. It's happening right now. It started right as we went on the air, and Benoit, chose to be here to do this instead.
Oh, that's
he chose
awesome.
To be here for 3 hours and face the tough conversations. Yeah,
appreciate
the
the absolute heck out of that, Benoit. But haven't you guys heard their server meshing's not working? Don't throw your party. It's not actually a thing. There are glitches, so it's not working.
Thank you so much. I gotta thank David, Pete, and Lauren for sticking it out. This is not what I sold them when I said, come help me make the show. The community team and the player experience team are going to put up a thread on Spectrum where they discuss many of the pressing issues that we talked about today, and they're going to have you vote on which ones you think are most pressing.
Elevators.
Obviously, we have our own internal prioritization. We've talked about the directors list and stuff like this, but it was an initiative that was really important to the top leadership. We wanted to know what you guys are thinking and what you guys are doing. So look for that. I'm not sure when it's going to go live or in what subsection. Just check it out on Spectrum. It'll be up. Thank you again, and
hopefully I don't get flamed by the game devs for my details. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see if I've still got a job back when I go to that thing. Let's see. I want to say one more thing.
Yeah, before we get into this, because I know this is a very emotional moment for Jared, probably for us. Dude, they absolutely should get to have a server meshing party. What do you mean it's peak disconnect? Have you guys ever worked on a project before, man? Let people celebrate hard work. All right, it's got problems with it. It's broken in places, guys. It's got glitches, but damn. Give the devs a moment. We are unhappy with the management and how they have driven this stuff, but the devs have put in some freaking work and they've gotten it launched publicly, which if you've worked in a project that works behind closed doors, getting something launched publicly is like step 10. Like you've already launched it in your own system, and then you've produced it and shown it to your boss, and then it's gone to like some other testing group, and then it's been freaking tested and reviewed again over and over until it finally goes public. At this point, these people have worked so hard on this, and they've launched something that functions but has problems. Let them have a freaking party, man. All right. I listened to Jared because this is a rough time for him.
Before we go, this is give me a minute here. This is going to be a real change of topic here. In November, for the IAE show episode 3, we released this puppet song that John Crew and I did, that I wrote, and this thing that I've been dreaming about. Kat, our fantastic creative director for the project, made it all happen, and so like this. And it was one of the things I was most proud of. And about an hour after that episode went live, on November 28th, I called my dad. Those who have followed the project for a while know that my dad is a Star Citizen. Ever since that random day in 2017 when I got a text message, "Hey son, when is the Cutlass Red? Get this," or whatever. I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? My family is not supposed to be involved in this thing. He's been a Star Citizen for a long time. I called him up because it was one of those things that I knew would make him proud and it would make him laugh. And it did. He answered the phone in a hospital bed. There was nothing to worry about at that point. He just felt a little weird. At his age, they would take precautions. And he assured me everything was fine. We watched it together and we laughed and everything was great. And we said goodbye and we talked about how excited we were to see each other at Christmas. About an hour later, he had the first of a series of heart attacks.
Oh, yeah.
And on December 9th, after a week of convincing me that I did not need to rush out there because he was going to be okay and everything, he passed away. And when I went back, and I'm doing all the things that a son has to do when their father passes away, I'm going through his computer, I'm going through his records and making sure everything. What I discovered was I knew he liked Star Citizen. I did not understand the breadth of involvement that he had. He retired. He retired from the Army and from the Corrections Service and from Homeland Security and all the things he did over his life, and he became a professional Star Citizen. His Discord was full of over 100 unread DMs.
It's a stressful job, man. Dude retired from the Army and became a professional Star Citizen. Oof. No, I'm kidding. Please, no disrespect to people who serve. Complete joke.
And as I went through them, they were all talking about Star Citizen. He was in at least 14 different Star Citizen Discords. He was in a number of organizations, and he was an officer in several.
Nice.
And he was able to do that because of you. I didn't talk about Star Citizen with him. We had a standing rule that when I came home for holidays and whatnot, he was not allowed to ask me a question about Star Citizen until after dinner was done and the plates were done. It was really important to me to have one aspect of my life that was not completely consumed with Star Citizen, and I made that my family. His engagement with this project was all because of you. There were Star Citizens at his funeral. There were Star Citizens at his wake. And not the worst Star Citizen I've ever been to. But what I came away with is just a profound appreciation for many of your roles in his life. His retirement was playing with you. So many of you, names I see in the chat, I saw in the chat today, which is why I'm saying this now. So, from me, personally, thank you for being there for him when I wasn't able to be. And you made the last 6, 7 years of his life some of his happiest. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you for watching. Thank you for playing Star Citizen. Thank you for being the community that you've always been. Even the ones that call out total BS. You're all appreciated. That's it for this show. Tune in next week. There's a BTS episode and an ISC episode about something. I can't even think about what they are anymore. Thank you. And we'll see you next week, everybody. Take care. Bye.
Gonna smear my makeup, dude. That's sad, man. Although, we'll say, the best part of Star Citizen, no matter how much people talk about, toxicity, whether it be in the negative or positive stance, everybody's got issues with stuff going on, obviously. And I don't mean just the game, like Star Citizen's rough, but like the world is also rough. So everybody's got their own personal stuff going on. You never know what somebody came from right before they got into a chat with you. But this community is pretty freaking sick. And I think it's just because everybody is such huge space nerds that at the end of the day, all kind of here for a very singular reason. I think most people have been drawn to this over the enjoyment of just like space sci-fi life stuff. If you were to be like, hey, Apex Legends community, what brings you to Apex Legends? You have so many probably different reasons. And I'm not saying that Star Citizen doesn't attract from a lot of different places, but there's a very clear, genuine passion in this community that it only really comes from being beat over the head by the same game for a decade. And so it's got that going for it. It really does. And I think that's amazing that, like, as somebody who doesn't really talk about Star Citizen outside of our online life, me and Mrs. Tomato, we talk about it a lot, but like when we go and we hang out with people, it doesn't come up really all that often, if at all. And for a lot of reasons, that's on purpose. So I kind of understand where he's coming from when he says, like, to find out that his dad had that history without him knowing, it's got to be pretty monumental for him. That's really cool. I've only met the guy once. I met him at CitizenCon 2023, and he seemed incredibly supportive. He was on his feet after 2 long days of work, standing alongside Jared and just like greeting people and saying hi to people and taking pictures with people. And it's just, that's what life's about, you know? Power, money, travel, fun, all good times. But at the end of the day, life's about getting to experience the things you love with people who also love it. And I think that's really cool that he got to have that with his dad. So that was a talk. That was a long freaking, we've been here for 4 hours. Like, this was literally longer than one of our normal streams. And we just sat here for the most part, just listening to people talk. A lot to take in. I'm probably going to have to listen to this again at some point and pay more attention. But I think ultimately what we can get from this is that they want Star Citizen to move into early access. I think there are a couple reasons to think that this is no longer, or this needs to be a more traditional style of game now. A big part of it is they've gotten them way more visibility. I mean, over the last 2 years, we're now seeing major characters, not just like streamers, but full-on journalists that are in the industry. We're seeing larger, again, creators and YouTubers, but also publications that are starting to do this kind of stuff, or at least look into this and report on it more. We're seeing companies that are also pushing server meshing and sharing more about their own efforts in server meshing. Ashes of Creation is a big one, but there are also a couple others. So that's adding more legitimacy to this. I think Rockstar is probably going to come out with their own version of some kind of server meshing when GTA 6 comes out later this year. I think that will also continue to add more believability to this project. And then there's also the fact that they put server meshing in 4.0, which is now also, I think, pushing them to take a moment and sit on this sort of plateau that they've reached. They've been walking up a hill for a long time trying to reach 4.0 and server meshing. And at this point, it's time to take some retrospective, self-reflect on the constant go, go, go philosophy that's run the country over the last, or the company, sorry, over the last 7 years, and like figure out what's most important. And right now, what's most important is making sure this game is in a playable state, partially because Squadron 42 is coming out next year, and because they make more money when the game plays better. That's just the way it is. That's how it's always been. Like when they got persistence in, the funding for this game exploded. It's already advertised as early access, though they need to stop that. I mean, early access is not a, I'm not saying they want to be early access in the sense that like there's some line you have to cross to get there. Just they want to be seen as the traditional kind of early access idea, and instead of just a straight up alpha. And personally, I don't think they should have called it early access anyways before either. Or playable now. Big old favorite. When would they stop fixing bugs and return to the missing features? Why would they stop? They are changing the discussion. I did not believe this about bug fixing. It is about reneging on a product they sold. They can now just indefinitely ignoring all the things for which they were paid and just claim it is because they are stabilizing the current product. I didn't get the idea that they're not making features. I think he was trying to be very clear about that. The startup days and mindset have to be behind them now, and a fresh perspective on how to bridge the gap into what a full-scale game development experience needs to be. Definitely, they're not a startup anymore, that's for sure. Toes gathered around the SC chat fire. Hope the community will support the decision to focus on fixing things and not sharpen the pitchforks. I mean, it's just going to be differing opinions either way. Honestly, wouldn't complain as much if it was. Can't build on a foundation of sand. Nonsense, just add water. And pressure. You can build on sand as long as you're always applying pressure. That's oh man, what an analogy that is. They said there are still teams working on features. It is not just the main focus. Yeah. They said at the start of this talk that things were still going to be coming this year, just that the primary focus will be stability. You don't like it, but then again, if the game we have now is stable, and you mean really stable, you can already play the heck out of it. Yeah, what's it gonna be, PK? What's it gonna be? It's there's pros and cons both ways. They're just now betting that the pros for this are outweigh the pros for the other way. Okay. No, that's fine. Perhaps the best way to look at what was said today is that the development of features will continue, but will be slower to deliver while the devs leads are focused on improving the build. Yeah. Like they could still have some teams working on the newer stuff. Are we done with camera? Bye, everybody. Oh, yeah, that's right. Yes. So as you all know, we don't have a camera. Okay. So we're just going to have to balance my phone on our water bottle. Arguably, the performance is the loudest complaint about the game. You know, but if the game hadn't, like, if they, I'm frozen. If they hadn't developed the features, though, then it probably would be the features that are the complaint, right? believe the reason they are now trying to get these long time problems is that there is issues with new player retention and the fact that Squadron 42 has a release date. When it comes out, there will be a flood of people coming to SC and don't want bad PR. Yeah, that's true. And they're betting that even if the game was a little bit unstable, it would not be good. And they just want a stable. I don't know. I don't know if they can maintain stability with this. Oh. I'm going to have to switch the camera. 1 second, folks. Ignore my frozen body. Just some technical stuff. I may be a little bit out of frame. So much of the game has been updated to current tech. They must do this or completely fail. Has not been updated to current tech, right? They can't see me. Be nice to each other, y'all. By summer, we're going to have a lot of people complaining about the lack of new features in game. Just look at the ceiling. How does that work for you? Let me try moving this here. Alrighty. Just got a nice close-up of my beard. Man, they make these phones slippery nowadays, don't they? There we go. That kind of works. Hi. What beard? Not just like my ingrowns. Those features are the biggest selling points, and now they're going to be so many years off if it makes you kind of want to walk away. I wouldn't say they're going to be so many years off just yet. I would wait until we see what kind of cadence they settle into. But I'm going to end this one because this video is way freaking too long. I don't even know how I'm going to post this on Space Tomato 2. Who's going to watch this? Thank you for joining, everybody. If you did stick around until the end, leave a comment below. Love to see it. And we will be back with the next one pretty soon. Okay. Now we can talk freely because I was just running out the recording time there. Top priority new features for videos. Videos are going to be interesting this year because now they're doing monthly patch updates and a lot more content drops. I'm going to have to reconsider how content is being released on the channel. You choose not to think about walking away. You enjoy SC lots of laughs at all the verse craziness. Look forward to the finished game and playing then. Everybody should consider why they're playing. And if you're playing for the finished game, then yeah, walk away right now. Give it a few years. Because what they're doing right now is definitely not moving towards the finished game. What they're doing right now is making sure people enjoy the game they have. And that's going to piss a lot of people off, but that's just the way it's going. Civ 7 stream. You know, I'll check with Mrs. Tomato what she thinks, but maybe we'll at least have it on Discord at some point. Just to show what we're playing. Civ 7. Maybe not today, but at some point. Just show how it's going. All right. I figured now we have some time before the cooking stream starts. By the way, we do cooking streams here. If you want to stick around or jump over to Twitch soon, TM, we're going to head on over to the other Twitch channel and we're going to be making some mini kebab today. My wife is Turkish. We spend a lot of time in Turkey, so we like to sometimes cook our Turkish dishes on the stream. It's not always HelloFresh. But before that, why don't we talk about the monthly report that came out this month? Because there were a couple things in there that I think I saw. I'm not going to be able to do a whole look through, just kind of the highlights. But I think there's some cool stuff to go over. You're interested in Civ 7, but also concerned. I'm quite enjoying it. What's the other channel name? I'll drop the link for you. All I have to do is type in !cooking, and that should link you to the channel. There it is. What was missing from the report, in your opinion? New gameplay. Yeah, I'm going to send you guys all over to the other channel, so if you're on Twitch, don't even worry about it. Okay, so we've got the monthly report here for January, which, man, this camera, come on now. Don't fall over, please. This is kind of an important one because it's the first month of a new year. So obviously, maybe they'll have some new stuff in here. We'll get to see some insights into what they're thinking. But January is still their planning month. So I'm going to say I'm not really disappointed. This one is lighter than I was hoping. But I was hoping it would have some more telling things in here since we still don't have a roadmap for 4.1. Now, I'm guessing we'll get that next week, but they are a little bit late on it. Now, because we had a huge freaking 4-hour Star Citizen Live session today, we're not going to go through the whole monthly report. We've also got a cooking stream coming up in about 15 minutes. So we're going to hit some of the key details in this report. It's a short one. And just talk about kind of what's going on. What's going on in Star Citizen right now? No mention of the missing 4.0 features. Yeah. So let's start with AI. I think the AI stuff is interesting. I mean, it sounds kind of like it, for anybody who doesn't know, CIG has a new partnership with a company called 11 Labs. They do AI voice stuff, and some of that stuff is like conversational AI. Now, I'm not saying that they're going to literally make conversations out of AI. They might just be producing voice lines, but this is something that has been confirmed, I believe, to be in partnership with Cloud Imperium Games. And you can see like that's not weird. Paradox is here, so they're kind of using it to some extent too. And I think there are some ways that you could use AI for this kind of stuff that are responsible, and other ways that maybe aren't so much. I don't want to get into that conversation right now, but I think that's part of what they're talking about here. This is saying that the AI content team began the year prototyping an upcoming NPC that will utilize an amalgamation of several behavior types. Work was done on a proprietary tool that will allow the designers to generate a script of the in-game dialogue flow to ensure the lines work as intended. This will allow for more efficiency in writing and capturing of future characters. Actually, I got this wrong. I'm sorry. That's not the line that I think relates to the AI stuff, because this is about something specific. Am I just making that up in my head? I could have sworn they were talking about the voice lines, dynamic voice lines here. Yeah, I might have just implemented that into my own head. No, not conversations with us. These are conversations between NPCs. You can hear them in 4.0 already. Oh, camera fell. You good? Moving down further, looking at more AI stuff, they're talking about the Valakar. Maybe this is one of the events that they're working on for Pyro. I think this will be one of the content drops this year, but I don't know when that might happen. And like, it's good to note, I think this is a good example of how they're planning on still releasing new features, but they're trying to do them in content drops. So I do think that the Valakar is something we'll see this year. And it will introduce new features because it's a large fauna. It comes out of the ground. These are new features, but they're being included in an actual content drop, which is the Valakar hunting mission. So I think this would be one of those times where we see an update. It doesn't feel necessarily big, but it still is bringing in some new stuff. Yeah, it might have been the November-December report. We discussed it in the podcast, but I thought it was something different from that. Continuing on with AI tech, here is one of those systems that we just heard about in the video we just watched. Dude. And this is the new scripting tool. This is what helps with the missions, like he was saying. So this, I believe, let me just make sure. It looks like StarScript or Apollo. Yeah, internal StarScript tool. So this is what they're using to replace Subsumption. As he was saying, it's replacing a very outdated system that they've been using since 3.0 that has needed to go. So it's a good change for them. Animation, again, they're working on the Sandworm. They're also working on some special Spec Ops AI, which we have an example of. Shown you this, guys, or I've shown this to you guys before. They used to focus on how AI looked when fighting next to each other. So some people who are untrained here and then this maybe would be like a Spec Ops guy, obviously can hold his own better than these dudes. When they step out to fire, they look like they can't even hold their feet. And then your military trained folks. So I think that's what they're talking about here when they say AI for the Spec Ops set, alongside two others, is currently underway to add more challenge to combat. Moving on, they're talking about Starwear, which is more customized clothing for us, Duster Armor, and the concept art team explored ideas for new items and currently looking into paint schemes for existing armor. So they're just adding more variety for loot and stuff, probably more options for crafting as well. Going down to core gameplay, which is usually the most fun freaking part of the monthly report. This one is about 4.0 stuff, which we kind of expected, but I was hoping there'd be a little bit more. They began planning for the rest of the year, of course, January planning month, laying the groundwork for upcoming patches and planned features and content. Alongside this, technical documentation was created for fundamental improvements or rewrites to some of the core systems, including the transit and hangar flows. Like what we were just listening to. So this would normally be where you hear about features coming in. Salvage, cargo mining. In fact, let's jump back to, let's see what last year's version of this was saying. January 2024 monthly report. This would have been a very exciting report for everybody because this was after the big 2023 CitizenCon, but before 2023 actually dropped. So look at how big this segment is. Look at this. Somebody come look at this. Do we have a word count? How many words is this? Tell me. Can you not tell me that type of information? Google, you not smart enough? Okay, however much it is, it's a whole freaking page compared to this. 2 paragraphs. So you could tell how much they have pulled back on developing core gameplay at the moment compared to last year. Last year we were hearing about Maelstrom. They were talking about work on the transit system. They were talking about engineering getting refactored, Arena Commander getting updates. Cargo update was getting worked on. EVA V2 was being worked on at that time. Master modes was showing up in there, resource network and life support. So like you get the idea that there's just a lot of updates going through when they're doing a lot of crunchy feature work. And right now, we're definitely not seeing that. Bummer. Economy team, though, kicked off the year collecting data from 4.0. Okay. Mission team created a new unannounced content that will improve the quality of all missions, including retroactively improving all existing missions. Okay. We don't really know what that means, but besides that, they just worked on bugs for Fight for Pyro. Like, January was very much a maintenance month for them. Narrative team. This is one of the most, I think this is probably the most interesting part of this report and something I'll make a video on. The narrative team began 2025 meeting with multiple disciplines to solidify new ways of delivering in-game narrative content. They also focused on increasing the number of characters that players will meet in the verse. Though through these efforts, their hope is that they will expand on the storytelling opportunities that players will be able to experience and discover in upcoming patches. So we talked about that before. Return to mission givers, starting to get some representatives for the factions that you're working for. Basically just adding, it means that we're not going to use our mobiGlass for every and all interactions when it comes to contracts and stuff now. Oh, this freaking camera situation. Okay. Live tools. Don't think they really did anything too crazy interesting. Just planning out the year ahead. Yeah, it is much better to interact with NPCs. Maybe the mission reward sharing for groups, that would improve just about all missions. Yeah, that could be what they're talking about. What's a good camera streaming position? I mean, this is great, but I don't have I don't have a tripod right now because we need that for the other room. And unfortunately, that other camera that we have, the camera I normally use, still doesn't work, so we can't add that camera to the cooking stream either. Tech problems. Good fun. In the last week of January, both teams met in the Montreal office to establish and plan their 2025 and 2026 roadmaps. Yay! R&D. What did R&D do? Work on rain volumes inspired a prototype for improving ground fog rendering. So they're working on rain and fog. Makes sense for the weather. And that basically does it. I mean, we didn't talk on the community part. They talked about the Daymar rally. That was good fun. I'm working on a video for that right now. They mentioned the screenshot contest, catch-all post, Red Festival. Did they cancel Red Festival? Or just the free fly? Like, can you still find the letters? Just the free fly, okay. We're eagerly looking forward to meeting you all across the globe as we continue the Bar Citizen World Tour in 2025. We welcome your input on future locations, whether you're interested in large gatherings or a small meetup. We want to hear your suggestions. Check out the full details here. We kind of want to do one in LA, but we also want to do one in Turkey. You found some letters yesterday? How's the game been performing for everybody today and yesterday? I have not played myself the entire week, actually. I guess we played on Wednesday. But other than that, I haven't really done much. How's the game been? Yesterday was much better than today. You're waiting for an org event tomorrow to run. That reminds me. I've been trying to run like unmoderated runs for people to... Yeah, there we go. So that people can just jump in. Jump in to play whatever it is that's happening. So I just started one if anybody wants to jump into that channel. Basically, I'm just trying to create more opportunities for people to be able to play together. We still can't we still can't run events enough for everybody to always be able to jump in and play every day. So I'm trying to do some more just sessions for our members to get together. Performance has been good. Bugs have varied. You have workarounds for elevators, of course. Right now, the worst is the intermittent inventory breaking.
Okay.
Ready to go?
Yeah.
All right. Yet a few times you couldn't use the jump point or elevators not loading, but when you can play, you've been having fun. Solid. Good to hear. Zero, it's been horrible for you. 6 hours and counting just trying to do these 6 save pyro missions. I am sorry, man. I see you're in a voice chat in the voice channel right now, though, so guessing you're getting some help. Make sure to use the Get Help channel if anybody is in GII and you want some help with anything. If anything is giving you trouble in game, please try using our GII Ask for Help channel. There are a lot of people in our org who are ready to jump in and like help you run through any problems you're having. It just takes people stepping out of their comfort zone and asking. There are GII events every day now. What I mean is we can't run, if we're doing mining on Monday, salvage on Tuesday, bunkers on Wednesday, we can't also run saving or fight for pyro round 1, phase 1 and phase 2 on all 3 of those days as well. We just don't have the personnel for that. Given that they will probably keep releasing ships as they try to improve, regardless of what is planned and what type or in size ships would you want to see? More medium ships is always good. More 3 to 4 person ships. All right, my friends. Y'all ready to go make some kebab? We're about to head into the kitchen. Grab ourselves a little drink, create ourselves a little bit of food, and have a little good time. Hopefully you will join us. If not, love to see you tomorrow for some org gameplay on a good old Saturday. That's what we like to do. Now it's time to get a little hungry though, but that doesn't mean that the talk has to stop. Even if you guys are coming over to our other stream, bring your questions, bring your talks, like anything that you wanted to maybe talk about during this stream that we didn't get to bring up, you can. It's kind of just an open opportunity for me and Mrs. Tomato to hang out, chill, talk to you guys about whatever's going on in life, what you're watching, all that kind of stuff. Like, I want to hear what people are thinking of Severance this season. We haven't gotten very far, but oh my lordy. Okay, let's see. Why can't I find her? Let's try it this way. Raid Mrs. Tomato. You haven't watched season 2 yet? Oh, okay. Well, I won't spoil anything. Friend said it's the best show out there right now. That's what I've heard. That's what I've heard, man. All right, y'all. What? How's that an invalid username? Twitch, you don't know how your own channel works. There we go. Okay, y'all. I'm going to see you all over on the other channel again. If you're on YouTube, hit up the link. !cooking. Do it. And then come join us. Still got the giveaway going on. Still doing some cooking, some talking, some chilling. And I will see you all on Saturday if you don't go. Either way, you're great people. Treat yourselves well. Have some good fun. Eat something you love. Do something you love. All that jazz. See you later.